Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching and or listening to this, I want to welcome you to the latest episode of the Gaming Circle podcast. The podcast where, yes, we took a week off for reasons. We're going to get into why we did. And we back. And today we are going to regale you all with all the fantastic things we saw in our time off. Of course, I'm your host, Mr. K. Asante, TK Asante, on all the places we communicate. And these days, I would ask that we communicate on the Gaming Circle pod. Not but just Gaming Circle pod. We'll get into that as well. But of course, I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend, the cammed one, Mr. Everborn Saga. Pause.
I can't promise you how long I will be on the camera today. There's a lot going on today, which I'll get into.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm glad that we got some backup from the front lines of the Summer Games Fest and Xbox Showcase. So we're gonna get some in-depth reporting here, and I might just be a passenger today. We'll see. We'll see what I can add. Well, I do have some smoke for certain so-called journalists, but we'll get to that one.
Are we gonna name names? Are we gonna do the name?
I am.
Okay, well played.
When we get there, I will grab the popcorn. I'll put the mute on. Y'all go for it. It's all good. It's all good. But of course, as Everborn Saga can attest, we brought the team today because, yes, we went to Summer Game Fest. That's why we didn't have a show last week. Yes, we were lucky enough to get into Xbox. We're going to talk about that. And with me, we bring the team that was there on site, boots on ground, boot on neck, and all of that. First off, I would say the man who's come in, like sat down, always part of the GCP collective, and man, oh man, he suffers no fools. He writes a mean article from time to time. The great Lucius Augustus. Good morning, sir. How you doing this morning? Thank you for joining me at Summer Game Fest and all of that. And we're gonna get into all of that. But how you doing this morning, sir?
Tired, excited. Man, Summer Game Fest really does take it a lot out of you, and there's still a lot of work to do.
Yes, sir.
So I'm excited to talk about all the things that we'll be covering over the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely. And of course, last but certainly not least, the great one, the one who becomes critical in a lot of these events, because man, oh man, without him, the wheels don't get turning. I'd say one of the mod from one of the most popular, at least among our circles, Reddit out there, that is r.xbox. The great Korkenstein joins us. Good morning, sir. Hey. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Barely getting my coffee in, like I was telling you guys in the green room. I stayed up playing Marvel Rivals till like 3 hours ago, and then went to bed and woke up. So I am hurting right now, but it's a good hurt because I got some good quality Cyclops time in. And I'm excited to talk about all the really cool stuff we saw at Play Days. It was both of our first time, and we saw a lot of really cool stuff there, and I can't wait to talk about it. That's not embargoed or NDA'd.
Let's start with that. So
before we do, Kay-san, this is just because I forgot, and people will kill me if I don't. I'm debuting a new shirt from the Everborn collection. So this is available now in all sizes, made by Champion if you like it. But
hey, look at that.
New shirt out.
Very cool.
If anybody wants to grab this, just head over to everbornsaga.com.
Very nice. And real quick, let us also keep reminding the folks that you, by watching this, have the ability to get yourself 15% off even that shirt. That is the everbornsaga.com. Just type in GCP at checkout, 15% off that shirt and everything else that's on the store. So there you go. Nice shirt, bro. We got to talk about the V-neck merch.
There's a lot. You know what's funny is I actually found a local printer, like when I say printer, I don't mean paper. I mean like for clothing. And so we may be going the local route, which will one allow me to have more dynamics in what we can offer and sizes, but also things like embroidery and other things. So we're going to do a summer line of new stuff that is all made locally. So
it's funny you mentioned Everborn Saga. I too came across a local participant in that kind of merch. So I was testing the waters a little bit. I got me some polos with GCP logos on them, all embroidered and beautiful. I may have one in the mail for you. I know Lucius got his
Yeah,
hands on one.
the guys over here, we just made uniform for me and my wife, the business that we run. We just made uniforms for the staff, and it came out so good. I was like, wait a minute.
There you go.
Wait a damn minute. But
Very
hats
good,
too. They do like the 3D embroidery. Like if you bought it, like if you bought a New York Yankees hat, you know how it's like,
it's
really
thickly embroidered.
Yeah, they do all that. So we're gonna have some very interesting designs coming up.
Very cool. Okay. Keep an eye on this space. We're on that topic before we even get into it, because ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this specific episode will be very game heavy. We have a lot of games to talk about. Triple A's, obviously, but where I live, a lot of indies. We have a lot of games to talk about. But before we do, Everborn, you want to jump in?
Well, before we get into the games, there's some hardware I'd like to talk about that I got.
Okay, we'll get into all of that. We'll get into that. Yeah, absolutely. But right off the top, I want to thank all the great people who have communicated and let us know that they missed us the week we were away. Those who've been keeping up with all the ongoings. There's more and more coming. What I will say is just basically stories from the road. With with us going to Summer Game Fest and going to the Xbox show and all of that, like, it crystallized some things for us, and you're gonna start seeing maybe some modernization, some changes to GCP and its flow. You've already probably started seeing that a little bit. And what do I mean by that? You most likely have started seeing that because you see a lot more attention that we are paying to the gamingcircle.com. It's a site that we put together some time ago, and it's just kind of been living there for those who use it. That's great. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much for doing so. But it's not something that we've been pushing and promoting all day, every day. But with a lot of the great coverage that happened and a lot of stuff we're doing, we're trying to solidify, and we're trying to, take that to the next level. The great Lucius Augustus has been instrumental in that way. So a lot of articles. Of course, as you know, if you didn't know, every day or every week rather, on the gamingcircle.com, when the show is live, you can also watch it right here. If I click here, we'll be watching us right now. See, and now I'm literally listening to myself talk, and I don't want to do that. But anyway, you could do that. In addition to going to the blog section here, and what you will find here is a lot of very, very interesting stories, which more and more will be coming out. The first one, which we tested the first three we've tested the waters with, is our Summer Game Fest previews for Silent Hills, aka Mr. Everborn Saga. We're gonna get into that, by the way, sir. We need to know the mocap situation. Anyway, we also have
Paris Wild. Paris in the chat. He says Lucius and the Black Viking jumped me at Summer Games Fest.
Yes, they did. Oh my God. And remember, we've had this show for some time. If you're a viewer of this show, you know that this whole Paris is going to be on site when they see each other, Black Viking. At first, all this time we're joking, because I've met Paris many times. I'm like, yo, I think Paris will take it. Meeting BV, I'm not so damn sure right now, bro.
Look at his Paris. He came over here 2 weeks ago, like, say it to my face if you got something to say, and then you run up on BV and Lucius and look at yourself.
No, but when you meet Black Viking, bro, let's just say I was convinced. Now I'm not so convinced anymore. He's one big man. Big pause, sir. Big pause. But anyway, shout out to the great Paris Lily.
Yeah, shout out to all the wonderful humans.
Yeah, man, we had such a great time. It was awesome connecting with y'all, as we always do when we get out there, new and old. Hopefully next year we get to do it again with the one Everborn Saga. We're gonna name and shame, because damn it, it is time. It is time.
I'm the one shaming you guys, because I said we should get a fun going to get Everborn out there.
Listen, things are happening in the background.
If you can be the mocap artist for Silent Hills, you can show up in LA, sir. You need to show up and get your.
Well, maybe Konami should have paid for my flight. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying, where is your contract, sir? We need to have a conversation. Look at this man.
Things are happening in the background. Hopefully, we can do it by next year.
It is. It's in the same filing cabinet as your Captain Keys contract for that Halo show.
But anyway, but you know what? I got to meet Pierre Heinz. We're gonna get there. I got to go
anyway.
there. But anyway, so thank y'all so much for your continued support. As you see, we have a lot. We're doing a lot of preview coverage. You're gonna see a lot more stuff put up there. A lot of very interesting games. Pro tip: check out Armidas Demo. Man, really cool stuff. Lucius wrote some. We're gonna be writing some. There's a lot going there. There's a lot going on there. So please continue the support. Go check out the Gaming Circle. You're going to see a lot more articles from us there. Also, if you have not done so already, how about you follow the Gaming Circle Pod on X.com. It's my little side channel that we keep there, but that's where all the gaming information and the stuff that we do for the channel will go. So more and more, you'll see a lot of coverage and a lot more stuff from me there. Yes, sir.
And as an incentive, we will be giving out a 3-month Game Pass Ultimate subscription to anyone who or to one person who follows that Twitter profile. So please, everybody follow it, and then you have a chance of getting 3 additional months of Game Pass Ultimate, and it is stackable.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Shout out to
free ones. Yeah.
Shout out to BV Maverick for being the person who provided that code.
For science, he says.
For science. So yeah, shout out to BV Maverick. He's the person who provided that code. So
yes, sir.
Just follow the Twitter channel, and you might have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of moving and shaking happening. We're getting more professionalized in our pursuits, right? Where you'll see some game previews from us. You'll see lots of interesting stuff that we're trying to push forward, and hopefully in so doing, you'll see us as a full team next time, boot on ground when we have one of these events again with Everborn and the like. But
to address
thank y'all so much.
Unfortunately, we will not be at Gamescom this year. We couldn't make it happen. But next year, we're doubling down the efforts on Gamescom specifically. Like, we'll be trying to do everything else too, but Gamescom is 100% on, no matter what is going on in the world. It's happening next year. I can assure you that.
Year,
provided there is a world next year. But
as long as there's airplanes to fly, I will be on one of them.
Next year, I will try and make GDC happen. That's another thing I'm really trying to do. Next year, I want to do GDC. That's my goal. I've done Gamescom many times, and I love Gamescom. I hope I get to do it again next year. But I also want to add GDC to the mix as well. There have been so many great conversations we've had in the background and all of that. But let's start at the top. So again, thank you guys so much for your continued support. Those who super chat, those who are retweeting our stuff, those who read the articles that we're putting out, and those who tell people that, hey, this show is great. We appreciate y'all, because you guys are the reasons why I had a tear in my eye when Nintendo invited me behind closed doors. Because without all this attention and all this, we don't get those opportunities. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh man. Okay. It seems like we need to have a conversation with Paris.
I wish we could. Do you feel
the peer pressure yet?
Unfortunately,
right. Indeed.
Unfortunately, this. Listen, we all want to go.
Yeah, listen.
We're going to so many of these things, right?
I'm gonna read so far. I'm gonna read that as Paris confirmed Helix gets announced.
I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna do this. I knew he was going to do this. That's a very short leap, sir. Good job.
Now that's gonna get clipped by Clute, and now Paris is gonna be on the hook. You're welcome, Paris.
Anyway, so let us get this thing started from the top. I will start with Korkenstein, because I know we were all running around like crazy people at Summer Game Fest.
Wait, if I may, just because I know there's going to be games heavy, let me just do this hardware thing really quick.
Do the hardware thing. I'm sorry. Do the hardware thing. Yes.
So I got
the knowledge, brother.
I got some new hardware this week. And shout out to Sycamore. I see you in the chat. He got one of these. Shout out to Slomo. I know he ordered one, but the person that put me on was the president of Nintendo, MJ Dark, and this is the MOBA pad for the Nintendo Switch 2. When I tell you that, my God, these things, There, if you care about that stuff, these are TMR thumbsticks apparently, right? So they're very good. That means they're like magnetic. The D-pad is just fantastic. They light up when they're connected. Like, this thing makes the Steam Deck. Sorry, I called it a Steam Deck, but it feels as comfortable as a Steam Deck in your hand. I will go as far as to say it feels more comfortable than the Xbox Ally, which was my current king. And I'll tell you why, because it has these comfortable grips. It works with big grown man hands. But we all know that the Switch 2 is lighter than everything else. And so having these grips with these placements of the thumb pad and the thumbsticks is the most comfortable handheld experience you can get today. These are $99, but they are worth every penny. Like I said, TMR sticks, so you don't have to worry about stick drift. Fits your grown man hands. This makes me want to buy, because I buy all my 2D platformers and things like that. My indie games, I buy them on Steam. This is making me consider getting them here, right? Because the graphics don't matter. So these are actually fantastic. $99
for you.
MOBA pad.
Before we move on from that, because I know y'all were talking about that in the DMs, and I've been listening to you guys conversate about it. The reason why I didn't jump on them immediately, and I see the folks in the chat. Shout out to all the great folks in the chat. Rickard 125 1235 puts it out there, and I kind of agree. $100, damn, right? it is a bit pricey considering.
$100 is literally the same amount of money that you are going to buy for a new pair of Joy-Con 2s, right?
True.
So like if
that speaks more to just the expense of the environment, not necessarily ease.
Except these things are TMR sticks, TMR triggers. There's a lot of benefits outside of just the Nintendo tag when it comes to these, right?
Before
also, Steam Deck OLED is now damn near $1,000.
That's not the question I was going to ask. Before the petulant one interrupted, I had to ask. Nitro Deck was out there for a long time. We actually pre-ordered some. Is there a difference between that and this? Because that was announced way ago, and we, what do you think?
I canceled anything I had to do with Nitro Deck. Don't want that anymore. This is that good.
Really?
It just because it feels right and it has the tech that's needed. And I just there were some things that I can't remember the particulars, but there are things that didn't rub me the right way about the Nitro Deck 2. So
okay. So this is the Nitro Deck 2. Just so because we're in this territory. So this is the Nitro Deck 2, right? Hold on, let me close this out because this is their official website. This is the Nitro Deck 2, as you can see, pre-order, right? So it if you can, we'll see the differences real quick. So I guess Everborn, you were saying you don't like the way that the Nitro Deck, like the different way it conforms, because
that right there, you see that?
Right?
You see what you got to do, the way you got to connect it.
It's a telescopic controller, and you use a USB at the bottom to kind of keep them aligned.
Yeah, because it makes it thicker. And with this, it still fits right into your existing dock. You don't got to do any extra stuff with the wire. You don't got to connect USB at the bottom. You don't got to do any of that, right? This works. You can use your own kickstand. Nothing has to change for your day-to-day, except that it's way more comfortable.
Okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. This is what I wanted to ask, because since the Nitro Deck was announced, and I really enjoyed the first Nitro Deck, at least the look of it. The problem was it didn't, as I understood it, it didn't have good quality control. I think you had some issues with it, and so did Major.
Oh
so
yeah, my last Nitro Deck just died on me.
It didn't have great. Yeah, and it too, as you can see, it too is $100. So if it is what it is, I might just switch over and get your MOBA pad, because I've been waiting for this for some time now.
Listen, don't listen to me. Listen to the president of Nintendo. Slow-mo also got it, and he's a whore for latency and all this other.
Why are we putting people?
He won't deny it. He won't deny it. Like, just listen to the people who play on the Switch 2 way more than I do.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Sorry, Nitro Deck, you've been supplanted. MOBA pad is the way to go if you got to switch to.
maybe
Now-
my pre-order gets canceled. All right, cool. Go ahead, Lucius.
Genki also had a solution that was similar, where you kind of wrap it around the Switch or whatever, and then you can put it inside of the Switch dock, no problem.
Mhm.
I bought that last year when we went to Summer Games Fest, because the Switch 2 was essentially releasing at the same time, and Genki was at the IGN show showing off some of the hardware. It took a long time for it to actually get to me, but it's actually pretty good. But from what I've seen from the MOBA deck, or from the MOBA controller, whatever, that one seems better, because the thing about the Genki one is the grips on the back, they're exchangeable, so you can, like, depending on how big your hands are or whatever. But I find the fact that you can change the grips behind there makes it so that it's just not as solid, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm in an intense game and I'm I'm gripping the controller hard, then it might pop off, and I'm just like, I don't really like that aspect of it. So,
All right.
yeah, it looks like the MOBA thing is the way to go for
I will also say, from a durability standpoint, they're so solid, you can't even tell that they're magnetically attached. Like, really good for.
I do like that they're using the existing mechanism of the Switch rather than creating their own. So that would breed more integration rather than creating, a whole hodgepodge of whatever you're trying to get using on it. You've convinced me, man. I will cancel my pre-order of the Nitro deck and go with the MOBA pad. Ladies and gentlemen, back from SGF, the Xbox Game Show, the man who didn't get the media badge, didn't get the fan badge, so maybe he has to use other means to get his green console. Mr. Paris Lilly, welcome, sir. We appreciate you. How you been, man?
Good morning. You hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Okay,
how you been?
Good. Yeah, I won't take up too much time. I honestly, I just wanted to come up here and just shout out everybody that was at Summer Game Fest this weekend. It was great to see everybody. I know my schedule was crazy busy, so I didn't get a chance to really hang out. Plus the oddity of the JW this year made it a little weird for after hours. I think people were spread out, so I didn't really get a chance to really sit down and talk with anybody. Like Lucius, I saw you 10 million times, but we never really got a chance to, like, just sit down and talk kind of thing. Yeah. But I do want to clear up one thing right here, right now. Ain't nobody afraid of no Black Viking.
I love it.
When I saw him, when you there, Kay, I literally put him in a chokehold when I saw him.
I remember. And he grabbed you too.
Because at that point I let him go, and I think we out. Then he trying to fight me in the streets.
Let them fight.
It was hilarious, bro. It was Titans, and the most hilarious part is nobody knows. A lot of people there. Most people don't know the history, so you see these two Titan men just like getting into it. People are like, "Oh God, what happened?" And then they start hugging, all serious. We're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. No, yeah. But to your point, for people that have not seen Black Viking in real life, that's a big mofo. He little guy.
Big man.
Yeah. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
Was anybody around you guys scared just seeing two big black men looking like they're about to fight?
Probably.
Oh man.
Nah.
No, we had a great time. It was awesome.
It's always a great time. And to answer your other point, it was funny during the Xbox showcase when Asha, came out and announced everybody with a fan badge was getting the Xbox. I will admit, my first thought was, damn, I ain't getting one. But in reality, I'm happy they did that, but to reward all these loyal fans, people that are spending their own money, flying out to LA, hotel, like, how expensive it is. It's ridiculous. Yes, so to see them get rewarded that way with no expectation was great. But I will say this, I'm assuming this will not be the only fan fest that this happens, because there's also going to be fan fest at Gamescom, like all over. So I know, because I got a chance to talk with Major Nelson. I know he's hosting all of them, so he will be traveling to every fan fest. So I think that's a cool thing as well. But it was a good time. Ironically enough, never set foot in fan fest. I didn't even see it. Never got a chance to see anything, because that's how busy I was on Sunday. I never got a chance. But to the other thing I put in the chat, I get you know, you may not be at Gamescom, but I had multiple people this weekend be like, look, you need to be at Gamescom. And it's not even Xbox related. This is other stuff that Gamescom is going to be pretty big this year.
Nice.
Paris, every time you open your mouth, my wallet starts to hurt. Shut up, man. God damn it. Now I got to go to Gamescom. Oh.
No. You made me cancel my plans this year for Gamescom because it was super late and everything was going to be expensive. We can't do this. We can't let Paris do this to us. We have to save for next year.
Lucius, I'm telling you right now, Asante will betray you and he will end up going.
And
what's crazy is that he was the person who was just like, don't go this year. We'll go big next year. I'll take you to next year. You'll meet my family. And I was like, okay, let me get next plan. Sure. Don't do this to me, brother.
Bro, there's just not enough resources, man. If y'all want us to go to Gamescom, we need to see some money. Get some money in here, ladies and gentlemen.
I have to say this. Everborn.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lilly.
You need to get your ass out to these events. I'm tired of you not being at these events.
Yes.
Look. I be seeing you on these trips. Oh, I'm in the Bahamas. I'm on the Poconos. I'm doing all these things. Don't think I don't see. If you can do that, you can go to one of these events.
You think you're shaming me now, but the way Lucius in the Discord has been shaming me about this.
Oh, yeah.
But listen,
it's 2027.
2027 is
the situation. How is it that the man can sit for mocap for one of Silent Hill's most amazing games, but can't afford to come and get his flowers in real life? What's going on right now? Someone tell us what is up.
Exactly. Look, he can be in the Maldives, but he can't be in LA. It's like
exactly. He's on a boat, like he's hanging out, but somehow a ticket to a simple event is too much.
Paris is using those family vacations against you.
I see him. I see him sipping on champagne, shirtless with some strawberries, but he can't go to LA for a couple of days. I see how it is.
When I'm done building this house and I see
what he's doing,
in
building houses,
telling you are gonna rue the day that you wanted me to come out there.
Aaron says LeBron James. No, it's Everborn Saga. It's not LeBron James. It's Everborn Saga. Anyway.
We don't all look alike, Aaron. No.
Oh damn!
Don't do this to him.
Oh man.
But I'm gonna make every effort to try to be there next year. We got a lot of plates juggling this year. You know what's funny? I have not, and I usually do like 5 or 6 of these a year. I haven't even done any comic shows this year. So it's just 2026 we got a lot of things that we cannot announce yet going on. So it's just like an investment year, but 2027. I'm gonna be out there arguing with you about Sonic, sir.
You know, can I say this to Aaron because he's asking about was there any juicy stories at SGF? Look, they might have some. Mine was very business-like. There really wasn't a lot of hanging out, fun time. It was a lot of just appointments, interview, hands-on, sleep, get up, do it again. That's really all it was. This was a pretty straightforward one.
No, I don't believe you. I think you have the tea and you have the tea and you don't want to spill it.
I don't.
Private. All right.
Look, the most
you hold on to your secrets, wizard.
The most tea that I have is when we interviewed Matt Booty, and you know that was trending because he started talking about their whole exclusivity plan. But I swear that was it. It was a very melancholic.
Now, really quick, K. Now, Paris, I do not expect you to comment on this, so don't.
I probably will. Go ahead.
Right. You had your interview with Matt Booty, and then you had Mathew Ball come out, the other MP, right? William Ball, right? But I feel like Mathew Ball explained the exclusivity strategy a lot better than Matt Booty did, because when he explained it, I feel like he did not. I still had more questions than I did. And I don't know if that's just like left over from before, just the way he communicates, but I do, and we're going to talk about this later. I really do like the communication of Ashia and Mathew Ball. I don't know if you got a chance to talk to them as well.
I talked to everybody.
Yeah. But how did you feel about his answer? Do you feel like it makes more sense now to have more explaining to do?
Well, I will say this.
Don't answer if you can't. I'm just putting the question out there.
I know. I'm actually thinking how I can answer this. Let's just put it this way. I may or may not have heard what Mathew Ball said on the record before he said it. So I already kind of knew. Here's the thing. Well, I guess we're just jumping into it since I'm on here. So if you notice, I'm actually very selective of me talking about exclusivity and just everything that's going on, because I know people have certain feelings on both sides of the discussion, you know.
And then when you say something, they have extra feelings because
exactly. I said in the video, which if you watch my video, I did get to touch the X25 console. So I've actually held it and it's just an Xbox Series X with its translucent green. But anyways, when I was shooting that video, I actually talked about this a little bit, that I honestly did not think Gears was going to be exclusive. I really didn't. So when they did say that, I was like, okay, I get it. And then we obviously asked Matt Booty what we asked him, and I was briefed on what their exclusivity plan is going to be. And Gears and Clockwork, by their words, is a forever exclusive. They will never be on PlayStation 5. That is their words. I'm just going by what they said. And those will not be the only games that will be exclusive, but it is truly a case by. What do you mean?
Like, is there any kind of guidance that consumers should know? Versus
that's what I'm about to jump into. Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Like Matt Booty said, the live service games, expect those to be multi-platform. The other ones, they will be selective. They, like Mathew Ball said on the record, they understand they will lose money doing this, but it's about rebuilding the brand. That's what they're trying to do. So I had said before the showcase, I didn't think Halo would be exclusive because of multiplayer. I now changed my mind. I think the next Halo's exclusive, regardless of the multiplayer aspect on it, because it is the symbol of Xbox. So how the hell can that be on PlayStation when that is literally the symbol of your brand? So I do think that winds up being exclusive again. But as we know, and I'm sure you guys are going to jump into it, they're hurting financially right now as far as the margins and all that goes. So there will still be a lot of games that are on PlayStation. And I will say this, and I know people will get mad when I say this. As I'm watching that showcase and I'm seeing the quote unquote logos on there, knowing that there will now be certain games that won't be on PlayStation or Switch, I actually think the logo thing makes sense, because you're telling your audience directly, these games are only on Xbox. These games will be on PlayStation and Switch. Just my opinion. I know everyone won't agree with that, but I think that was their thinking about doing the logo thing. But I don't think they're going to do it anymore.
He said they were going to be very clear, and now it makes sense with knowing what we know now. They're like, we're going to be very clear with where we're going to be putting stuff.
Right. And I
question
I get
from
it.
Eastside Vando asking, because he's asked this in our Discord. What happened to State of Decay then? Like that seems to break convention a bit.
That's on PlayStation, right?
Yeah, no, he's saying why is it going to PlayStation?
Because it's a live service game.
Yeah.
And
people are trying to tell you the new one's not going to be a live service game because of what the last one was. The new one does have persistent world.
Yes.
The new one is designed for people to be all over the map in a persistent way. So they're really positioning it as live service. I think the better question is Senua, but again, if you listen to the Mathew Ball interview with Chris Dring and feel how you want about Chris Dring, I do think he's doing very good work at going solo to the games business. He's had a lot of very good interviews on there, and they're well done. So from Strauss Zelnick, obviously, to Mathew Ball before and after the hire, Matt Piscatella. Like, if you care about the business of the industry, regardless how you feel about Chris Dring, he is doing good work. So I recommend following his channel. But the thing, yes, the thing about the way it was explained was yes, live service, expect that to go everywhere. And then there's the either existingly announced or existing contracts that they have that may or may not have been announced, but they were already in play. And so I think when we see Senua and we see some other games that don't, or Spyro, and those things don't really make sense, I think that is the result of pre-existing contracts. Now, Paris, I have one question to ask you, right? Because we talked about this the week before showcase. If they were gonna choose one, that like a pillar that they were gonna make exclusive to make a statement, I feel like I would have rathered it was Halo. That, and again, Gears is gonna move units, and it's a new game, and it's probably gonna sell more than Halo because Halo's a remake. But I will tell you, I felt some kind of way when we saw captured on PS5 Pro for that Halo trailer. I think it was a misstep, and I think Halo is.
Yeah, but remember the backstory to all that, though. They knew that shouldn't have happened, which is why they tried to pull it. But there's contracts. That's all that really comes down to. You again, they pulled it from State of Play. It was going to be in State of Play, and they pulled it for that very reason.
I want to talk about two things about that.
1 second, Lucius. I'll just say this one thing, and then you go ahead. I believe Tinfoil Kufi is on now. I believe that prior to the current direction, they probably had a co-marketing deal for Halo specifically, and that probably started with the Helldivers deal, and that's why you're seeing captured at PS5 Pro. Yeah. That's why you saw the T-shirt. That is why it was supposed to be at State of Play, and they moved it because the previous thinking was Halo is such a big IP, it'll be huge if it's everywhere, so let's have PlayStation help us market it. I think that was a mistake, but I think that's what's going on, and that's why they didn't pull it. So, and I hate it.
So two things about that. One, there was a statement that was like, oh, Xbox is hurting their relationship with PlayStation by removing it.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah. And I'm like, if you think that is ruined the relationship between them and all the things that PlayStation has been doing to like curb stomp Xbox, if you don't think the curb stomping hurt the relationship, then you don't think that, like, how is it that this
even if it did hurt the relationship,
doesn't make
hold on. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna stop publishing games on Xbox? Are they gonna pull their single player games away from PC? Or maybe they'll say, you know what, Xbox, you can't publish here. You can't publish Call of Duty or Minecraft here. They're not gonna do anything.
Yeah, because they can't afford to not do that.
Yep,
doesn't really matter.
What it is.
But
and we saw how they talk to each other when we got the whole acquisition and everything. We saw the internal emails. There's no love lost there with them pulling a trailer. There never was a good friendly relationship. We saw the email communication between, or how they referred to each other in that capacity. There's nothing.
Phil was trying to be kumbaya with somebody who was actively trying to cut his neck. Just not a, like, I get it. He was a visionary. He was trying to get the industry into a different place, but the people at PlayStation are never going to start frolicking with you in the
fields.
That's never going to happen.
Fields of gaming.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Understood.
And that's something we talked. Oh,
okay. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that's something we talked about, Kay. Is that it's actually was more of a problem for PlayStation the more Xbox invaded their ecosystem for them. In that sense. So I mean, it's probably better that Xbox is pulling back a little bit for PlayStation.
Yeah, most likely.
I think that it is like I understand, like in an egalitarian perfect world, like all things would be everywhere, but in the real world that we live in, consoles cost a lot of money, and they cost more than they did 5 years ago for the same hardware, right? And people even you got to spend $650 to get an Xbox today or a PlayStation, but even the people that spent $500, right? It is inherently a good thing if people are saying that, hey, you invested in this, and you invested in this platform, and we will reward that investment, and we will offer you things that will cause our competitors to, if they want your dollars, they'll have to offer better. So everyone sort of holding hands together is actually not as great for you as the consumer, because then they're not fighting for your dollar, right? Yeah. If they're all off in silos, right? If Nintendo has handheld to themselves, they can do whatever they want in the handheld space. If Xbox just has subscriptions to themselves, then they can charge you $30 for Game Pass. If PlayStation just has console gaming to themselves, then they can charge you $900 for a PS5 Pro, and they only have to offer you one game a year. Why? Because their competitor is giving them all those other games. And so absent the context of competing means competing for the consumer's dollar, you do want somewhat of a contentious relationship between people that share shelf space in a Walmart or a Best Buy, right? Because they have to offer better than their competitors. They have to be unique from their competitors in order to earn your dollar on one versus the other. And it is becoming extremely cost prohibitive for people to just get all the consoles now as they increase more. So if you want to make the case for why someone should get an Xbox, it is not, let's all hold hands together and we're all friends when nobody else views you that way. So I think it's good.
Let me say this, because I've said it a few times on social media. I probably have said it on here, in my own unique way. But now that Asha Sharma herself has come out and said this directly, I was told, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks ago, that they literally cannot make enough consoles to support full exclusivity. I was told this, and I was told the reasons why, which is everything that Asha Sharma has now publicly said. You see, it is a ridiculous price jump just to make these consoles now, due to everything that's going on, right? Not to mention how expensive they are. If we have to buy them, people aren't going to go run out and buy them. I've been saying this for a few weeks now. Keep what you got, because this stuff is not affordable. And they're acknowledging it is not affordable. They have to, again, a common conversation that was happening this weekend is trying to figure out how to lower the cost of these consoles. That's why you've heard Mathew Ball talking about this stuff, right? And even if they do get the price down, do they have enough supply to meet demand? This is the issue that they have. And think what you want about exclusivity, multi-platforms, all that. But on the business side of this is why you see them having games on PlayStation, because PlayStation has the 90 plus million, install base on the living room side that can support the games that they're putting out. Now they're obviously starting.
But I'm sorry, I was just counseling.
I'm staying out of that. I'm staying out of it.
Go ahead.
But the point is, you got to have the quote unquote access points to support the demand of the games, right? Xbox on their own cannot do that currently. 30, 35 million, whatever it is right now, consoles, versus you're trying to sell X amount of copies at whatever percentage attach rate. So you just do the math. This is why they know putting Gears console exclusive and not having people on PlayStation 5 buying it, they're going to lose money. Sure, people on the PC are going to buy it, but only so many people with an Xbox console are going to buy Gears of War E-Day. They understand that. Same with Clockwork, right? That's why they're trying to be strategic about which games they're making quote unquote console exclusive, and it won't be all of them, not anytime soon. So like I said, I get people, and I tweeted this yesterday, everybody arguing and fighting over this stuff. It like there's literally Xbox Civil War now, right? Oh, you supported this side of it and you supported that side, so I don't like you anymore, and you're a fake fan and you're this and you're that. It's all stupid, by the way, because the reality of it is this industry is on the brink of crashing, whether you want to realize it or not. And it ain't just Xbox, it's everybody.
Yep.
You're seeing layoffs, studios close, it's everybody. People literally cannot afford to buy new hardware. They can't. Am I going to feed my family, or am I going to go buy a PlayStation 6? Which one do you think they're going to choose?
And the
Well,
canary in the coal mine
some of
is
these
watching
people
prices go up over time
Yeah.
instead of go down over time.
Yes.
Historically, they've always gone down to bring others in. And now, even over the late stage of the cycle, it's losing people because it's getting too expensive. It is very, very valid. Yeah.
And this is the double-edged sword here is even though the value, like I understand getting value to the console, but when you have development costs now that are tripled, you know, titles that were 50 million to make, you know, 10 years ago, it's now 300 million. You know, and it's taking 7-8 years now of development time versus the 3 or 4 that it used to. And this is kind of the weird hole that Xbox has kind of dug themselves into is you have rising costs of hardware and you want exclusives, but these exclusives are now $200-300 million
or 400
or 400 million.
This is the whole point. It is costing too much to make these games, and it takes too long for them to come out. Not to mention, oh, by the way, the hardware that you need to play it, that costs too much now too. You need to spend $70 or $80 just to buy it, or you know, $20-25 a month on a subscription service. Everything has gone up. That's the problem.
I will also say just one thing before you read that. I do not believe Tom Henderson for 5 seconds that Gears costs $400 million.
I do because I've heard something similar.
Okay, we can talk about that offline.
I'm saying it on main because that is an open secret. That's not shocking. I'm just saying.
It's for sure true. But the mocap they do and the level of detail and the voice work and everything that they've done with Unreal, I wouldn't be shocked.
Ask yourself this question: how much do you think Fable costs? As long as that game's been in development.
With all of those movie stars in it, in addition to all the technology you see, and the movie stars in it. Remember, the antagonist is a movie star.
I would believe Fable has a bigger budget than Gears. And I think a lot of the time when we, and again, I'm not like, you've obviously heard more than me and probably from higher up people than me that would know. But what I see a lot of times when people calculate budgets is they say there's this many people working there and this is when the last game came out. Therefore, that is the entire budget of this game. And that's not how the games are budgeted. So again, you know more than me, so I don't have the information to push back on you, but if that's how they're calculating it by number of employees and time since 2019, that's not really what the budget is for this thing.
But it is. Again, You have to pay these people. You have to account for that time. You have to account for that you're not generating new revenue. That's the whole point.
I do understand. But if you calculate it from 2019 to 2026, does that account for the sales from the release of the previous game? And does it account for the fact that the coalition helps other studios within the thing, which is budgeted within them, so they are bringing in money? So does that like the spend on the studio is not necessarily the spend for a singular project.
Okay, but we're having two different discussions on this, because the reality of it is, I mean, you can break it down that way if you so choose, but the reality of it is, you start development on a game at this time, it doesn't come out to X amount of time. You have to pay all these people in very expensive locations on where they make these games, right? You are not generating new revenue because you're still waiting for that game to come out. That factors into it. This is why I say it's taking too long for these games to come out. So even if it was 400 million, but you got the game out in 3 years, now the game is making the money back. So that can now finance the next thing versus, again, let's just take it as an example. Let's just say it started development in 2019. It's not going to come out until February of 2027, right? That's a long ass time where you're not making anything off of the game that you're currently developing. That's all I'm saying.
I understand. It also doesn't help that they delayed it twice, once to make the game better and then once to avoid GTA 6.
And there's a lot of other stuff too that goes into development budget that people don't realize. Lunches, dinners, because you're there, marketing. You want to know actually who makes the most money at the development studios? Who gets paid the most? The lawyers. Literally, the lawyers actually make the most money in any game development budget. Out of the developers and all that stuff, they pay legal a ton of money. They get paid
QA,
the most.
you have to bring on people to do QA testing, and that's also a line item cost. The thing is, I would like when we're having these discussions, if people actually want to understand the business, because some people pretend they want to understand the business, and then when they start having the business discussion, their eyes roll over and they say, I don't care, I'm just a gamer, right? So what I'm getting at is, even in the assumption that there's no money coming in on that project, if you release a game in 2019, and Paris, this is not for you, this is more for the audience, just because I would like to just account for more, talk about some of these things with more nuance. So if I release a game in 2019, we cannot assume that that game that I released in 2019 is bringing in zero revenue, so we start racking up the cost towards the next project, right? We also cannot assume that the studio is not making money in other ways, and we also should not assume that every developer at a studio is working at full production from the day 2 of the release of the previous project. They staff up at different times, and so these things are not, it's not a simple sort of linear you have 300 developers, you have to pay them 6 years.
And let me ask one
that's
question.
what I'm saying.
And let me ask one question that I think will encompass everything that you're saying here, Everborn. How did we get to that 400 million number? Because a lot of the times that these estimations come out, it's based off of how many people are at the studio, how long did it take for them to make the game, a certain calculation later, boom, we've reached the number, right? But just like Everborn said, that there's a lot of factors that make it so that way that number may not be a reality. And if you are utilizing Coalition left and right for other random projects, you're helping them with the Matrix like demo that initially came out in like 2020 or whatever. You're having them helping out other studios that are releasing games on Unreal Engine and need expertise on that stuff. If
Like
you're
Halo
constantly pulling
Ninja Theory and Undead Labs,
exactly. So if you're pulling those people constantly to those projects, that's a different project code, and we shouldn't calculate those people while they're working on a different project code as part of the raw calculation that leads us to that 400 million.
don't forget the work they.
If that 400 million comes from somebody inside of Xbox, then maybe we believe it more. But if it's just a journalist coming up with that number by doing simple arithmetic, I believe that we should look at it with a very specific lens.
Yeah, I trust Paris more than I do the other reporting.
And let me be clear. It's not that I was like, yep, it's exactly 400 million. I just was like, yeah, the dev cost
It'd be around about that.
Is yes. So
it's probably estimated, I would assume, right?
Yeah.
You're not saying it's at 400 million right now, that this is what their overall encompassing budget is probably close to 400 million. They haven't reached it probably yet, but it's probably getting close to that at the end of the development life cycle.
That leads more to they should have went with Halo instead.
But see, that's a more nuanced, the way of saying it than Gears is going to cost
400K. Yeah.
So
it makes sense, right?
Everborn just said. Let me back up to something Everborn just said.
Also said this is why they should release it on PlayStation, because it's going to cost them $400 million. They had a reason to advocate for that $400 million number in the first place.
Yeah,
because they led it to a discussion of they should give it to PlayStation players.
What's up, Paris? Go ahead.
Yeah, because you keep saying it should have been Halo, which I don't disagree, but I'm just trying to logically break down why that couldn't happen, because it's pretty clear they had some contractual agreement for Halo right now to it has to come out on PlayStation. They can't take that back. Clockwork isn't coming until 2027, so it would not have had the impact that you want something coming out now that is only going to be on Xbox. It kind of had to be Gears. What else would it have been? And so that's why. And not to mention, it is one of the pillar IPs for Xbox.
Yeah, and I also think, just 1 second, Lucas. I do think if we had the discussion about the number, but if the budget is very high on gears and they still did it anyway, I do think that shows some commitment to the strategy, and it is more than just an easy win as some have framed it.
Oh no, trust me. Again, I was quote unquote briefed that they're committed to this. So it's not we're testing it. It's not just 4 games or whatever analogy you want to use. It's like, no, this is as we quote unquote rebuild the brand, more and more of these games can potentially go exclusive. But at the same time, they still got to run a business, and we obviously see all the chaos that's going on with that. So they got to balance it. And I had been saying this even before all this got announced. I don't envy Asha Sharma's job.
No, that's why she gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Paris, and unless somebody else wants to weigh in.
Well, I wanted to talk about the contracts portion of it. Did you guys?
Well, you go ahead, and then because it's more of a segue to the email.
Y'all keep putting carts before the horse. This is a later conversation. We haven't even talked about games yet.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the games yet. But
just came over to say hi.
The thing,
look what you did, Paris. Look at what you started.
The thing about the contracts thing that nobody really ever talks about. It's not just the external contracts like Xbox saying, oh yeah, PlayStation, by signing this on the dotted line, it is our intention to bring this to PlayStation. That's not the only thing that we're talking about here. We're also talking about the internal contracts. When you release a project via long term, there are incentive structures to be able to hit very particular markers, right? And part of that is contractual things that you sign with your employees that say, hey, if you guys are able to hit this much sales or whatever, then or this much engagement, then you guys get X, Y, and Z bonus. But if that bonus structure was based on taking into consideration the PlayStation as well, like if your entire release base was supposed to be X and now it's X minus PlayStation, well, that's going to have a significant impact on me, the employee, being able to hit the metrics that I need to be able to A, stay employed, but also B, get the bonuses that you contractually signed saying that I would get if I hit these metrics, right? So it also opens them up to employees potentially suing them. Because it's just like, well, you told me that I would be able to get this amount of money, and now you've changed the rules on me. And an example outside of the gaming industry is with Black Widow, how Disney was changed the rules last minute, and they were just like, well, we're gonna put this out on theaters, but now we're just gonna put it out in this, and now you're not gonna get the money that can cause a serious fight legally. When it's set up incentive structures for your most valued employees to be able to get bonuses and stuff. So I feel like that's something that a lot of times
we spoke to that a bit, and people were like, well, this is Microsoft. If you really care, you'll just give them the bonuses. It doesn't matter. I'm just like,
that's not how business works.
That's not how it works.
That's not how corporate works. It's just not it. You know what I mean? These are all like very, very good factors in the equation. And I appreciate y'all for like kind of crystallizing it, because I feel like that conversation gets lost because it's very headline based, and the nuances that stop some of these headlines from being valid get lost in the sauce because we're still busy on the headline, right? So it is very true, right? Both internally and externally, I think that it was too much of an uplift. Too much of an uplift for this one. Even though I agree with Everborn Saga, if there was anyone to be pulled back on, it should have been Halo, right? It is what it is,
and that's just the emotional gamer in me speaking. But I will say, a lot of people, like, I would have loved if it was as simple as Slow-Mo pointed out: pull back the single player games, cancel the contracts, leave the multiplayer. It's simple, easy for people to understand, and maybe that will be the case in the future. But I'm also saying, you got somebody who's 100 days into the job. They started this whole Project Latitude strategy, and they've been doing it for 2 years straight. I cannot, as much as I want it, as much as I think it will eventually make sense, I don't think it's feasibly possible to just turn it all around in 90 days or 100 days, however long they've been at the job. It will take time. So if we get to next summer showcase and it still seems like they're mealy-mouthed or wishy-washy on what goes what, do you know where it is, if not clearly defined, then now we can have some smoke.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But for me, like, they didn't get there overnight. You have a new senior leadership team that is dealing with the fallout of previous decisions, and I'm gonna give them time to fix it. And I've said this from the beginning with Asha, the words are nice and communication is the one thing they can do better in the short term, but this is something that is going to take some time, and you can't expect. You can expect whatever you want, but I don't expect them to just fix it just like that. And I don't know if you're transitioning here, but in terms of the other piece of changes that need to be made and the great reset, if we say, go ahead. Or
no, finish up.
Yeah.
Finish up your statement.
So a lot of us, when we talk about exclusives, is because we say we want the brand to be healthy, because we want it to be around in the future, and we think that competition is good. But if we want the brand to be healthy, and currently we're talking about 3% accountability margins, which I think was a little bit of double speak, because they're conveniently leaving out ABK as though they don't own it, but you do own it, and ABK does have much higher than these margins. I think they're saying that because they're preparing to scale back things, and scaling back means layoffs, and no one likes that. And personally, I am not the kind of person that believes, well, an engineer or a developer or an artist is higher in terms of our empathy than a person who works in QA, or a person who works in accounting, or a person who works in publishing or marketing.
You know darn right, Everborn Saga, that's how people feel.
Okay, but
you know that's how people feel.
No, okay, but why is it that we immediately go to layoffs of those people rather than what the elephant in the room, which is the fact that Microsoft as a whole and the Xbox organization as well use too many vendors? There are too many vendors inside of the organization taking up space, taking up money. So if you, so why is it that we don't get rid of this 30% that's like sucking up resources? Because if you look at it, last year, Oblivion Remake was one of the best-selling games in North America. Forza Horizon 5 sold 5 million copies on PlayStation. So they're bringing in money. So the question is, where's the money going? And I think it's all going towards these vendors that are helping certain Microsoft employees do their job. But guess what? It's time for you to actually do your job rather than relying on 5 people who aren't even a part of the organization, but get paid almost as much as they would. It's absurd.
Well, I can speak to that, working actually in the development industry.
Please,
when you're doing game development, it's not linear. It's fluid. And so you don't want to overhire a bunch of people to a studio, or to permanently bring them on when you're going to let them go, when you don't have a need for them 6 months, 7 months, 8 months later after you've already had it. So that's the biggest issue, is it's very fluid, and you can either bring them on, but you won't have a project maybe for them to jump on. So now they're just kind of sitting there, just taking up even more money. So you hire vendors.
But then
it is true.
Then they hire people and then rely on vendors even more. Sorry.
So let me interject here. Gorkenstein, you're absolutely right. And that is usually exactly why people hire and fire, contract and non-contract. Yeah. In this scenario, though, and they've been at this for a while, it is, in my opinion, righteous smoke, because this is a company that has many different companies, many different studios that have many different needs. So you could eventually get into a cadence of having a specific company that works with you and moves from studio to studio depending on when that time comes, right? You don't have to hire and fire. You have 30 some odd studios. They all have certain needs at certain times. So instead of each of them sorting themselves out when they need it, you could use, let's say, a managed service provider or some other secondary company to then become the solution when it is needed, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be this hire and fire back.
And now you don't have every section of the organization of hiring vendors on random time tables. They need it. It's just like that. That is a waste of money.
The
So
reason
what I
also too is health benefits. You have to pay a lot of money and making them permanent, especially in like certain states.
That's
where
why
they're
they
at.
don't do it permanent. That's right.
Yeah,
But-
that's
but
why they don't do it
again-
permanently, and they do vendors contracting things like
There-
that. But
there's-
you are right, and this has been a problem with Microsoft for a very long time. That they balloon their teams. They have 3 or 4 people doing the same job as somebody that could be 1 or 2. That's just been, I guess, the culture. Not really the culture, but that's a horrible way to say it. But that's just always been, I guess, the MO with Microsoft and
that is
the
a-
transition to Xbox.
That is a result of rapid expansion where you have redundancies, and then something in the corporate world is when people have certain workflows that work, they'd rather band-aid on top of that than do a whole top-down look at the whole thing. So the other thing I'll say, something at my company, because I'm a software engineer by day and I fight crime by night. I'm Batman. No, but something that we had, there's a new CTO that had come to our company, and Chief Technology Officer. And what we did before, we all worked on teams, and each team had a team lead, and that team lead was an SME on the several apps that their team supported.
Subject
right?
matter expert.
Right. And so, I was one of them, and I had 3 apps that I oversaw, and I had a team of 4 or 5 developers, and we just dealt with those apps. But what happened is, as they reinvent the company and they're moving to new sort of modern applications, you've got the new things you're bringing on, and then you have the old things that need support. But the way the teams were structured, you had a lot of downtime. If an app is just working and it doesn't need updates, why do you need a full team supporting that app? So what they've done is they've kept all the subject matter experts so that they can advise on new things that those applications need, but they've restructured the development team so everyone can work on anything. Are you good at UI? We need a UI person for this thing. If you are you good at back-end APIs? Okay, we'll bring someone in from another team for that. But basically, they've been able to, my company has not done a lot of headcount reduction, but they've now,
because they keep shuffling people around to the locations where they need it.
And this is the way where they've actually brought down budgets while not letting people go. And I don't know if, and again, Asha is she's an engineering leader, so I think that's some of what we're talking about. But to ask the question, looking at that email, looking at the 3% accountability margins, I'm
gonna let you lead your plane, Everborn, but we're not continuing. After this, we're moving on. Continue.
We want the brand to be healthy, but if 3% accountability margins can't continue, is the answer to spend more money on everything, spend more money on marketing, pull everything off of everywhere, be fully exclusive, and pay for third-party exclusive contracts? Do you have to cut somewhere? And if you do, where do you cut?
Yeah, I would assume there are cuts.
Oh, you go ahead.
But who knows? Paris, what are your thoughts as far as where do you think they need to augment the business as far as optimization and saving money?
Can I punt? Can I punt on this and not say anything?
Absolutely. Because Paris is punting, I will pause because I have one last question for Paris before we move on. But before I do that,
I think he knows
catch up with some super chats.
But I don't know anything. Okay, actually, let me answer this. Let me answer this.
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Here's why I want to punt on it. Because we don't have enough information on what they're really going to do. And I do agree, obviously, Microsoft's policies with contractors and everything inhibits what they're able to do on the game development side. Obviously, Halo with Slipspace was a great example of this, because you bring in contractors, they spend half their time trying to learn the engine, and then the other half they're working on the game, and then they got to go, right? Yep. So maybe this is why there was thoughts of spinning off and be a subsidiary of Microsoft, because it can allow them.
Now, please don't start that now.
Well, okay, I said I wanted to punt, but he tried to call me out, so now I'm answering it. But maybe this is why, so that they can set the ground rules of what makes best for them to create a proper workflow to make games quicker. And I'll leave it at that. But go ahead, sir.
Pause. Big
Okay.
pause. Let's do quick, just a few super chats, and we'll get back to it. And we'll talk Halo because I know,
Yeah.
Paris, you want to talk Halo. I've been wanting to talk
then
Halo for the past
I'm out
hour.
after that. I just want to.
Okay.
I want to glaze Halo, and then I'm out. So yes, please.
You and me both,
Unless
sir. Let's do the
I
glazing.
pull you back in with some slander, I'll do my
With
best.
some-
I'll ignore
as
it.
he keeps doing. As he keeps doing. The first super chat of the day, Grumpy Shaman, great member of our community. He's here with a $2 super chat. He says New York Knicks in 5. If you know, you know. Oh boy, that game. Anyway, let's
The
move
city
on.
will burn. That's all I'm saying.
Stop
if they
it.
win, I'm locking my doors.
Kyope 901 with a $5 super chat. He says Wolverine skipping PC means fewer players. Don't praise exclusives on one side and then cry when Xbox does it. Keep that same energy.
Yeah,
So yes. Oh, yes. Because if I find it so interesting that there have been so few people to go out and say, hey man, PlayStation should continue to put their games on PC, but it seems to be no end in sight for the amount of people who are telling Xbox that they shouldn't have exclusives. So I just want that same energy, please. What's
The
good
great
for
Solo Backslap, who's
Xander.
been a member for 27 months, brother. You are too kind. But of course, he completes his kindness with slander and ridiculousness. He says ashy balls is better than ashy booty. Stop it, sir. Lord, what are we doing? I'm only
He's
reading
out
it
of
because
line,
he
but
put
he's
it
right.
in there.
He's out of line, but he's
Oh
right.
my God. Next time you read that. And then of course we have Jax82 V80 with a $5 super chat. He says, with all the budget talk, how does Game Pass help with this?
I can answer this.
$5 billion a year in revenue. That's
Exactly.
how. But keep
It's
going.
it's a consistent amount of revenue that you can rely on. And the only time that they've gone down is when they've increased the price to a point that it was completely untenable for everyone. So like, and obviously they apparently, according to Asha, they lost millions of subscribers when they increased the price to $30. So at least there is a consumer, a healthy consumer reaction, right? They can't just do whatever they want because they know that it's going to have some impact.
The great slow-mo backslap. $2 super chat. He says this is for GameSpot. Split it between Kay and Lucius.
Damn, he left me out of it.
So after YouTube takes their 50%,
That's why I don't be going nowhere.
Y'all
Yeah.
left with
50 cents for both for me and you.
Oh man! Shout out to the great slow-mo backslap.
I will
Yes,
say
sir.
for Gamescom, and I know this isn't going to help you. You know the industry I work in. We could look at hotels because I get pretty
See
good
these people.
discounts.
See what they're doing. See what
I
these
get
people
pretty
are
good
doing?
discounts.
Stop it. We will talk later, sir. Stop
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Stop
Well,
it now. Stop it now.
But you know, even with that, it's not gonna. Oh man.
Leia Fly 131 with a $2 super chat. He says it's just like how Sony TV's DIV got sold off to TCL.
Yes. Yeah.
The Sony division. Yes. And then of course the great Soul Tech. He's here with a $2 super chat. He says, please hit the like and subscribe. Yeah, please do that. Shout out to the great Soil Tech, and shout out to the 320 people that are watching currently through the various platforms. You're on X, you're on all the various places. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for continuing the support. We appreciate you so much. I
If you're watching this on mobile, please hype us up. That's a new feature on YouTube where there's a hype button that allows you to be able to increase the person's position in the algorithm. It's like a direct thing. So if you have hype,
hit that hype button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the hype button. Do it now.
Yeah, if you're watching on mobile and you're on YouTube, press that hype button, and that will literally get us higher in the
Never
algorithm.
unappreciated, brother. Never unappreciated. We appreciate your words more than your money, but you should never feel unappreciated, my brother. You should never feel that. I have to ask. And now comes the part of the show where we glaze. Now, the before we do said glazing, I did see somebody ask why glaze. Let me see. I thought I saw that real quick here. Let me see if I can find it. Something to the effect of why glaze, because Halo has been a failure in some form or fashion. I'll see if I can find that chat. But needless to say,
I don't think you got to look for it. I don't think.
Oh no, you know.
Yeah, I didn't.
Needless to say,
it wasn't in color, so I didn't see it. So you know.
Oh, you were blind to it. All right, cool.
I saw it kept scrolling.
Paris, I will let you take the first strike at it. We have stories from being able to test the game and all this and that. What'd you think of Halo, sir?
So I'm gonna take in a little bit of story time. So
Please.
Saturday night, I'm at the Xbox mixer, and all of a sudden, I had a certain person who will remain nameless that said, "Hey, you want to go play Campaign Evolved right now?" I actually was a little hesitant because I was having a good time, but I was like, "Okay, yes, I'll go." So we go. Sure enough, go to behind closed doors. There it is, playable. There's Brian Gerard. I hadn't seen Brian in a while. I'm talking to him, and then guess who's there? Pierre, the head of Halo Studios. Had a fantastic conversation with him.
Got to meet him as well. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That man loves some Halo. I'm just keep it like that. He loves him some Halo, regardless of what you might think, what you might have heard in the public. Actually talking to the man face to face, he understands Halo and he loves Halo. With that said, completely embarrassed myself playing it that night because I did the silent cartographer and I decided to be a little cocky, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna put this on heroic right away. We're just gonna run right on through this. Died in like 5 minutes. Brian Gerard gave me the most disappointed dad look I've ever had in my life. But the point is, loved it playing on heroic. It actually, and we were talking about this, they've increased the difficulty from what you remember from heroic. It was definitely tougher, right? You had to be a little more strategic about what you're doing. Anyways, so did that. Now, next day, we're at the Xbox showcase. They obviously showed the trailer. Let me tell you, when I saw those prequel levels with Sergeant Johnson, my radar immediately, my antenna went up, and I'm like, wait a minute, they're proof of concepting for the next Halo. That's what these levels are. I can see it right in my eyes. So then, after the showcase, we sit down with Matt Booty, shameless plug. Go watch my Halo Campaign Evolved preview that I have up. I clipped out the part where I asked Matt Booty about, what did I say, Matt Ball a second ago, but Matt Booty, I had an interview with Matt Booty. Talking about that, and he essentially agreed as well. Like, yeah, we're laying the foundation for the next Halo, is what he said. Now I'm at home, got the preview build at home. I'm playing, Assault on the Control Room, bro. The sandbox. I get the purists. You don't want sprints. You don't want all these changes and all that. I like what they're doing personally. Just to put it out there, playing out on heroic, running through that sandbox, all the toys, in the toy box, just being able to play Halo and just have fun and do a bunch of crazy stuff. I freaking love it. I love it. This went from being, they just remaking Combat Evolved again, whatever. It's Unreal 5 to, wait a minute, I got to play this day one. And here's the best part. Here's the best part of this. It's an Unreal 5. It's gorgeous, but it plays exactly like Halo. You never think about it. Not once. Absolutely. It's Halo. So it's fantastic.
So Paris, I am a person who loves Halo Infinite because I feel like it actually never got enough credit for the things that they added to it, like how they implemented the sandbox in Halo Infinite, and more importantly, the grappling hook. It completely changed the way you play Halo. It changed my view of Halo, and it's one of those things that is like getting an EV car. You just can't go back. So how is it going back to Halo without the grappling hook? Because I feel like
that's the only thing that's missing. But we're playing obviously the classic levels. It'll be interesting to see with these prequel levels how that goes. Because to your point, I thought about that as well. But I don't miss it playing the Combat Evolved levels because they were never designed to use it anyway. So it's not missing. But it'll be interesting to see what they do. So when we do eventually get this next Halo, does it come back? That's what I'm wondering. I'm actually very fascinated. Will they continue with what they started with Infinite, or will they just pretend that didn't happen? And and then they retcon the whole thing. I would imagine. Here's the thing, and I know nothing. I just want to be clear. They're gonna make Halo 2 and Halo 3 and Unreal 5. I'd be shocked if they don't.
I would think so. so.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So
you know what I'd prefer, Paris?
What's that?
If instead of making Halo 2 and 3, just because, like, if I understand they're trying to bring in new people, but if we've been playing this story and following the Chief saga for 25 years, what if the next games are like the prequel levels here, where let's show you what happened in between Halo 1 and 2. Let's
Well,
show you what happened.
well, sir, that's exactly where I was going with this. If you would
I'm
have let
sorry.
me finish, but you interrupted me.
My bad.
Yeah.
Continue,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, you always be trying to bait me into stuff and stop interrupting. No, you actually nailed exactly what I was going to say. I would imagine 2 and 3 follows the same formula where you have prequel missions in there. You have things that happen in between the games that you get to see and play. Now, the other part I was going to bring up on that is, and again, theory, I know nothing. November 15th, I think they announced the next Halo. I do. It makes sense. Even if it's still a few years away, I think they at least start talking about it. Like, yep, this is what we've been working on, and then maybe to fill in the gaps every year, we get another Halo remake. So you get 2, you get 3, and then boom, now here's the next Halo.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
I would like that. I would like that. Now, okay, go ahead, Lucian.
So the next mainline Halo, we all agree that it probably should be exclusive, have some exclusivity to it, however they decide to do that. But
can we move on from exclusivity talk, please?
What about 2 and 3? But what about 2 and 3? That does the 2 and 3 remake, do those also go to PlayStation? Because
no. I think again, just reading the tea leaves and whispers and things that I've heard, if they could have not put this one on there, they would have. So I don't think anything else comes to PlayStation Halo related.
Yeah.
So Lucius, while you're chatting, can you do us a favor? You and I got a chance to sit down and play co-op Heroic. Speak a little bit on that. How was that experience for you?
Well, one, I think that overall, one of the things that is the most impressive about this remake is that it looks and plays like I remember. Obviously, the game never looked this good, but in my mind's eye, when I was playing this, when I was really young, this is what I saw. And
we literally spoke to the art director exactly about that point,
about this exact thing, because the art director was right there, and we were just like, "Hey, I'm really impressed by the fact that you guys were able to keep the general aesthetic and feeling of how the game looks." Because a lot of times when you move to a new engine, or you're moving to you're doing a remake, part of the reason why games look the way that they did back then is because there are particular limitations, and those artists were able to work around those limitations and create something great. But the limitation is what created that look in the first place. And when you do a remake, a lot of the time, the artist may not actually like that sort of look. That look may be too exaggerated for what the more realistic thing that they're trying to do. But also B, because the look was created based off of limitations, and those limitations don't exist nowadays, it actually takes even more work to make it look that way. And apparently,
they actually said they if I recall correctly, they actually said that they spoke to the original art director, the OG art director, as well as they took many lessons from Anniversary Edition. I asked them specifically, can we hit the select button? It might be too much hard work to do that. But we can't get that anymore.
He's like, well, because it was possible previously because it was on the same engine, but because it's on
now, it's too much work. It's
too much to try to get that to function without breaking everything. And I was like, that makes sense. But overall, the game looks good. It feels good. It
was a little framey, even though we were playing it co-op. It was a little framey, but when you're in the game, you don't feel it. Cutscenes seem to be a little bit shoddy, like 30s and 40s of it. At the time of the build, right?
At the time of the build, maybe it gets better by the time. And once again, we were playing split screen, so that also has an impact on performance. I would imagine that by the time that this game comes out, it's gonna look and feel a lot, or it's gonna feel a lot better when it comes to FPS. It already looks great. So
Paris, I will concur with you. We also had the benefit of meeting Pierre. I said this already. I've already said it to some of the guys. We were in line. I was wearing my backpack, had the Gears logo on it. Pierre Heinz gave me a lot of shit for it, so he made me quickly change it to a Gears logo, to a Halo logo rather. Big man, gregarious, very
Yes.
very knowledgeable, loving of the subject
Humble.
matter. Humble dude. Yes. The first thing I said when I shook his hand was, "Yo, you are the man that saved Master Chief Collection," and he had to sit me down and correct me on that.
Yes.
because his team actually did that.
Yes,
Not him.
He
his
will definitely
team.
tell you that. Yep.
Yes. And my first thought was, and this is why you are now the leader, because you are very humble and you let your team shine. Very, very cool. You know, we
Now
had a
he,
very,
he
very awesome
and
conversation.
you guys met him in person. Every interview I've seen with him, he just strikes me as a no nonsense guy.
He is.
Yes.
He's no nonsense. He's completely no nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way,
Very true.
just so something Kay just said, when you want to kind of get a scale of how big Pierre is, I'm not a small person. There's
No.
a picture of me and him. He towers over me.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a small
Big
human
dude.
being by
Big
by
dude.
any means. Yes.
Gigantic.
Yes. Yeah. You turn around and he's King David sized. We'll just say
That
Big dude.
maybe that's because he's a Spartan. Maybe he's been
He
through the
might
program.
be. He might be.
might
He
be.
damn sure could put the armor on. I tell you that.
But yes, I think, and I know people, maybe it doesn't translate as well in video, or it hasn't translated as well possibly in the trailers and what they've shown. But man, oh man, this is not just a remake. It's not
It's
just
not.
oh yeah, it is so good.
you know-
it's like, and I won't spill some of the tea because I did hear some of the things that may be featured that I want. I don't know if they've already said it out loud or if they want it to be a surprise, but it's like if you took the best track that you've known for a long time and now they allow you to remix it and do whatever the hell you want. It's all
Oh,
that.
this is what the
It's
skulls
very
you're talking
good.
about.
Yeah.
The way they,
There's some things. There's some things in there.
Also,
There's
are
some
we gonna
things in
talk
there.
about the third person skull?
Yeah, they
We can talk
How
about that.
this?
Yeah, they
We can
announced
talk
a
about that,
third person skull, which I think it was Everborn who joked about this. He said that's the PlayStation skull.
The PS5ification.
Yeah, that came
Well,
with the marketing.
It's a combination of that and all the skulls that make you super powered rather than making the game difficult. That's what
Yeah,
seems to be the
did you
combination.
notice that? Did you guys notice that when they did the trailer about the skulls and the remixes and things, they never once mentioned that skulls are primarily designed to make the game more difficult for you.
Yes.
Like there's some that give you unlimited ammo or let you move around, but mostly skulls are like to give
Make
the
the
player
game
the
harder.
challenge.
Yeah.
And I just
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like I was like, you're selling people on skulls. They don't know what they're getting into. It's
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
So now here's the thing, and this is selfish of me, right? I know we talked about remakes or whatever, but you know what I would love, like
Oh boy, here
above
we go.
all else, if they remade Infinite with these graphics and the same Infinite gameplay. My God, it would
Yeah,
be
You want them to make-
You don't want a new Halo, do you? You really don't want a new Halo
Well,
because all
never
the time it's going to take to do this.
I'm just saying, man. I'm
He'll-
just saying.
maybe one
Imagine
day,
it. You all know that I'm
grandkids-
right.
Maybe one day your grandkids will tell you how Chief finally finished the fight, because by the time he does, you won't be able to.
First of all, Chief ain't finished the fight since Halo 3, so let's not talk
Exactly.
about Chief finishing
And you
the fight.
keep talking about him going back and relitigating. Let him finish one.
Saying,
Goddamn.
I think people would understand the greatness that is the gameplay of Halo Infinite if you put these graphics on it. That's all I'm saying. But
I
you
don't
guys-
think there's anything wrong with Infinite right
There's
now.
nothing wrong with
I
him.
don't
That's right.
either. I'm saying imagine if it looked like this. I think
I want a new Halo. No.
Yes, me too.
you was just over
I
here
stand with
saying
Paris on this.
do Halo 2 and 3, and now you want to do Halo. We should go straight into what happened
But
after
remember,
Infinite. Let's go to the other part of the ring.
Halo 1, as has already also come out on Front Street, wasn't really fully incubated by the Halo the Halo studios, right? They supervised it like Oblivion was and the like, right? So remakes can happen while they're also potentially working on the next thing. Hopefully. We shall
Was
see.
it Vicarious Visions that work on this primarily? I can't remember which studio.
No, I'm forgetting now, but yeah, it's not them. It's somebody else. I'm
It's
forgetting.
a side studio, which they supervise, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I would say if you're anything like us, I see you in the chat there, Mr. Pixelbit G. He is the lore master. He loves Halo as much as we do. This is not just oh yeah, they made another one. This is not the Gears 1 that came out not too long ago that was okay, it was good, but it wasn't like, oh my God, they remade it. This is every bit a showstopper. It is freaking amazing. It is so good. So good. You will remember why you loved it when you played it together. It's that good. So there's that. Paris, would you say that was your game of show, or is there something else that you can talk about that comes to mind when you say, "Oh, this is what I played and this was awesome"? What do you think? We're transitioning to games now.
Well, yeah. See, there's a distinction
saw
between what
or
I played.
played,
No.
you can
Actually,
talk
I
about.
played it. No, actually, I played it, and I can say exactly what my game of the show is. Control Resonant, without a doubt.
That's the man. That's it.
Without a
I've
doubt.
been waiting to play that game, bro. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Talk about it.
Which I will say again and again, this is for the health of not only this game, but of this industry. Please, Jesus, move these games out of September. It's too much. It is too much. And I'm directly concerned for Control Resonant coming out at the end of September, and Onimusha comes out the day after, and you got Wolverine, 9 days before, and it's too much. It's too much. I'm scared that games like that will be high quality will get lost in the shuffle and not meet sales expectations.
I think the problem is, though, it's like they don't want to be post GTA 6.
No, see, and I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with that. There's just way too much fear mongering over that, in my personal opinion. That you already saw Valor Mortis move, Phantom Blade Zero move. Great. There's still too much. There's just too much in that window, and not to mention, speaking of Control,
into a bloodbath, right?
And speaking of Control,
into a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Gears E Day is a week after.
Yep.
It's too much. It's too much, and I would rather either move up or moves into 2027. Personally, a few of those games can still sprinkle into November, in my personal opinion, if they're not in a direct gameplay genre as GTA 6. Why not? You know, what are we literally only going to have one game in November? That's crazy.
It's very strange, right? People are they've become so risk averse that even games that really have a different audience are like running.
I think
it's weird.
I think it's because the GTA audience is so large and diverse that it could potentially encompass things that we would never.
But don't they see that what it's done to September? Now September's a huge problem for people.
No, there's over
40 plus games.
Yeah, 40 plus
in
games
September alone.
Yeah, it's impossible for anybody.
Well, I think the other issue is that people are not just afraid of November; they're afraid of December too, because they think
it's no man's land.
Take the 2 months to subside. So this is why it's like you either get it in before this. I'm not saying I agree with this, but their thinking is you get it in with a month before GTA, or you're gonna have to wait till February. And some people like Fable, and there was another game that moved to February as well. But I don't think all of these people are going to launch in September. I think they had that date.
They're going to have to move again.
Who else
but see, this is my point, Everborn. The month of January isn't a no man's land. And again, I'm just going to say Control as an example. I would be perfectly fine if Control Resonant dropped in January 15th. It's fine, you know? And to your point about Fable, yeah, and I know you haven't talked about Fable yet. So I got to see behind closed doors. I know that demo is out right now. Everything that I saw and heard, that game could come out in 2026. It's not being delayed because it needs more time. It is being delayed because they don't want to put it in November with GTA 6, which is smart for that type of game. And December's no man's land. Yeah. So they smartly put it in February.
December is no man's land primarily because of the awards. The Game Awards being slated when it is forces the industry to completely ignore December, because if your game comes out in December, not only will it be disregarded for this year's Game of the Year, but it will also be disregarded for next year's Game of the Year as well.
I mean,
it's right into that sweet spot.
I also think that they probably figure what everybody's buying Timmy for Christmas this year is GTA and a console, or just GTA, and so
Call of Duty.
Yeah, and so this is another thing. This is going to be a big Call of Duty this year. What's going to be super interesting is that you have GTA and now you have Call of Duty. Both are current gen only. And then I think after the next Fortnite update, they're dropping last gen. And then all the sports games are doing the same thing. Now, what's interesting about that is, yes, that's going to drive a lot of console sales, but even in that world,
not at $1,000.
PlayStation, right? PlayStation is still projecting less console sales than last year.
because
they're $1,000.
they physically cannot make enough of them, even if they wanted to, because component costs are far too expensive. So, and you got to remember, during PlayStation's financial whatever, they said that they will make as many PlayStations as they can get the components at a reasonable price. There are that is so many levels of hedging that you
Good
can
luck with that.
they do not want to sell these consoles that much because it is literally costing them money, and they can't project what is a feasible amount of money to sell people, because inflation and X, Y, and Z is just completely out of control.
Hey, I have a quick question before we move on. So a lot of you guys were there, and I watched it all online. We had a PlayStation State of Play, a Keighley Summer Games Fest, an Xbox Showcase, and a Nintendo Treehouse. Well, not Treehouse, Nintendo Direct.
Direct, yeah.
Who had the best show this year?
Can I answer, and then I'm going to make my exit?
Please, please go for it. Go for it.
It was Keighley. It was Keighley.
Yeah.
Open strong, closed strong, and you had a lot of must-play games with different genres in the middle. So I think it was easily the best one he's ever done. But I do think it was the best one of the weekend for sure. Xbox
I agree with you that it was the
really
best
good.
one he's ever done, but I'm not sure if it's the best one he's like that. It's the better than the others. I still need to rewatch them, I think.
Yeah, and I think I need to rewatch because seeing them live, you always get like a different.
It's awesome, but it gives you a different,
right?
yeah.
So trying to judge them just based off of the games is always very difficult. I think that either Xbox or Keighley's show, they're neck and neck. I can see.
Yeah, they are neck and neck. They are. Don't get it twisted. I just think Keighley had a better variety of games in there. And like I said, it is going to be very hard to top for any showcase to give me a Resident Evil Veronica to open it and then give me Final Fantasy VII to close it. Those are two top tier AAA games to open and close the show.
Yeah, he bookended it really well.
I will, and then I don't know if you can give that credit to Xbox because they opened strong, but they ended with the same game, because it's like we started with Gears and then here's the half-hour Gears, which was all great. But I do think the Xbox show had the
Call of Duty, which other people that wasn't. But I thought it was.
Yeah, I think I disagree on the Call of Duty thing, because I think this is going to be a big Call of Duty, and it will sell more than all of those games that they showed in the showcase.
Yeah.
So they have to show it.
But we're talking about the show itself.
Yeah, but
in the show context.
I think it showed well. I think because we are more eclectic gamers, like we try and we're interested in new things. We don't rate Call of Duty, but a lot of people wanted to see that. But I will say the strongest opening was the Xbox showcase with the 1, 2, 3, 4 punch, right? Going from Gears E-Day and how it showed off, just here's 7 minutes of gameplay, then going into showing you how Campaign Evolved looks with the new graphics, and then going into Fable, and I believe they went into Senua right after that. Like, my God, I remember being at the beginning of that show. And again, it's hard to top that. So it's almost like it went downhill from the opening 4 games. But I understand when someone says they'll pick Keighley, but for me it was the Xbox showcase, because I feel like the highs were higher.
Well, I think a lot of wind.
Let me slip in really quick. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sorry, Court, because I gotta go. So thanks for having me up, and I'll be trolling and looking later. Black Viking did not beat me up. I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, but I'm gonna. Hey, Paris, I'm telling you now, I'm gonna run with that propaganda anyway. So,
Paris, before he goes, Paris,
fake
sir,
news that
thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, sir. You are always welcome, as you know, sir. We always appreciate you being on the stage. We always appreciate seeing you in real life. It is always a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Shout out to Mr. Lilly.
Shout out to him.
Sir. Now,
now
let's continue on this path.
Slanderous. No,
I was going to say,
we got. Go ahead.
I feel like a lot of the wind was taken out of Xbox's sales because a lot of that was leaked previously. So like Persona 6, we all knew it. Crazy Taxi, everybody knew it. Like there was a lot there that got, I feel, taken out. I think overall, if we didn't know that, I think Keighley still wins. Maybe by like a point, 001 or whatever. But I think Keeley had the better showcase, for sure, hands down.
Okay. How did it read to you when watching it basically at home, Everborn? Like, because as we said, you never get a full picture of it when you're there. What do you think?
Yeah, what I did for each of the shows is I tried to watch it in the Discord with everybody, but then I don't judge it until after I watch it on the 4K screen later in the living room, and I did that for each of them. And I was just so enamored with what I saw with Gears, because it's the combination of, yes, Gears is back. It's the combination of, this is probably going to be the most emotionally gripping story in the Gears franchise, apart from what happened in Gears 3, right? If you know, right? But the way this story is being told, being at ground zero on Emergence Day, where you get to see the world and the city as it was sort of before, I just think there's going to be something so special there. And
real quick, Everborn Saga, I'm sorry, before you move on, because you made mention, I have to put a quick plug in. Two things. One, E-Day, you're excited. It's all good. If you have not played Gears Tactics, now's the time to do so. Secondly, we might be having some reviews on the channel, just kind of rekindling the fires of E-Day, talking about Gears Tactics. Obviously, it's out there. You can buy it. You can play it. It's on Game Pass, all of that. Do yourself a favor. If you have not played it, E-Day Connection, do that. Go ahead, everyone.
Why don't they let World's Edge make a Gears Tactics and a Halo and a Halo Wars 3? I don't
Shout out to that blue number. What's going on, Holly? Good to see you. It was awesome connecting with Holly and all the great people. She's in the chat. Salute to the great.
Yeah. So from a visual perspective, from a motion capture perspective, from the narrative hook they've got going, they added a jump button. This is not a scripted jump. And by the way, Aaron, shout out to Aaron from the Discord. But he thought it was just like a scripted jump, like God of War. It's not.
You can just jump.
There's a jump button, dedicated jump button, and so that is super interesting. And then again, Halo just slaps you in the face with these visuals, seeing it like that, because Halo has such a distinct art style. When you add it with today's technology, with hardware Lumen and all the other things they're doing, just looking at the water, looking at like when someone shoots one of the Covenant weapons at you, where you can see the reflection of it on the floor. It all just looks like candy on the screen. And so seeing Halo like that, and again, they're remaking one of the greatest games ever made. And then Fable, you finally get to see like what it is. And I don't know if you guys saw the deep dives later that they did in the week.
Yes, we did. Yep.
But like seeing what Fable looked like. And then I was even a fan of Wolong 2, which I couldn't handle the first one because the parry system was too onerous. But this one looks
on Saga mode. Yes, I guess
really good. And then there's two things. Plague Tale Resonance and Senua, they added proper combat to both.
Yeah. Plague Tale now looks like something I want to play immediately. I hated that rock and hiding bull. I'm sorry. I wanted to be capable. She is a badass. I can't wait to play that. It looks
right.
amazing.
And
really
and with Senua, they're like, first of all, I don't know what it is about this new regime at Xbox, but if you try to spread FUD online, they are on your
coming
neck.
for you. They're coming for you. Yes.
I won't name this person's name, Nib, that was out here trying to pretend that there was no combat in this third one, and it looks like more of the same. And they was like, nope. He was like, I hope you could take on more than one enemy at a time. And he was like, yep. And then he was like, I hope it's more like Heavenly Sword. And they was like, we got the Heavenly Sword and Devil May Cry developers on it. Shut up.
So I spoke with Stein, PR person for Xbox and X, and I was like, hey, I see you guys are moving differently. He said we're choosing to be a bit more forward. This is how he
Yeah.
he responded. So shout out to Stein for
and
being forward.
Shout out to Asha and the changes that she's made, because honestly, this was a conversation that we wanted to have a long time ago, which was the media has its own issues where it has an adversarial relationship with Microsoft and Xbox, and they never interpret things correctly. It's somehow they are the most confused people of all time. And I love it that Mathew Ball is coming out and being all like, I never said that. You are interpreting my words incorrectly, or just straight up coming out.
Gentlemen,
it's not just one person, it's the entire Xbox team.
I need us to focus. We're going back and forth. Let's talk of the games, and let's focus on Xbox right now.
Yes,
games,
Xbox.
We're getting no back end slander, no console exclusive talk. We're talking about the games on the screen, please.
Yes.
Focus.
All right. So I thought State of Decay 3 showed really well. I think when they showed the sort of alpha test where it didn't really show very well visually, but I think this looks like the trailer that we saw last year, and that is a good thing. So I'm actually a lot more excited for State of Decay 3 than I was before the showcase. Clockwork Revolution, Spyro did something really interesting. Spyro had more views with their trailer than God of War Luffy.
You know how that happened? Because Xbox is no longer giving the trailers to PlayStation the same millisecond that they get theirs. So they actually have an opportunity to be able to
you're describing a different phenomenon though, right? The Xbox channel has more views for the Spyro trailer than the PlayStation channel. What I'm talking about is IP to IP on their own channels. So Spyro on the Spyro YouTube channel has more views than God of War Luffy on the PlayStation channel.
Even when we're talking games, we got to go back to comparing view slander. Lord help.
No. I'm just saying.
This was a consistent conversation for a long time, because it's like, the amount of views that you have on your YouTube is going to somehow dictate whether or not the game is going to sell. Meanwhile, Soros had twice the amount of YouTube views than actual sales.
I hate to agree, but Aaron PD is right. They can't help it. 2 seconds, they go back to slander.
We're gonna listen. We were holding back. We were holding back for Paris, all right. But once he left, we were just like, we need to say something. Especially
console warriors in here. Honestly,
man. I'm waiting for us to be able to go over an immaculate tweet like Korkenstein. Korkenstein tweeted something a couple days ago that
put in the private. I'll post
because honestly, some people are the worst. Some people are just the worst. And shout out to Korkenstein because he wanted to
I saw it and called it out.
Even MJ is whipping y'all backs. So sad to see they're using YouTube videos.
This is actually
not. No one's going to Nintendo.
Hold on,
to look
Spyro's
at
not a console war. It's going everywhere, and it's always been everywhere. I'm just interested in this younger focused IP that everybody thought was forgot about.
It is surprising. It is surprising.
What do you call it? I think that's noteworthy. Console war aside.
People are. It is surprising that this IP, which I would say you would regulate it to the member berries and all of that. It hits so well in the heart of people. It's very cool. It's very cool that it.
I did not know the last Spyro trilogy remaster did 11 million sales.
Yeah, it did really well. I own it. It's very good. Yeah, very
Spyro is a bigger IP than I knew, and that was the point in bringing it up. Listen,
it's a beloved IP, especially for a lot of graybeards like us.
I could actually start console war if y'all want, but I won't. Bring the logos back up.
Bring the logos back up.
Bring the games back up.
I'm bringing it back. I'm just being ridiculous because clearly it allows it.
All right.
But before we continue, wait. Because he mentioned Korkenstein. So this is the tweet that Cork put out.
So this has to do with the Xbox showcase, right? So
and the reason for it is someone, journalist, and I'll click on that later. We will put a pin in this one. Click on that, and I've read through all of the thread. It is literally the every single problem that is wrong with gaming with the media.
Every single problem encapsulated
Let's put a pin.
Thread. It's absolutely insane.
Ridiculous.
The world has to
Let's
be
put a pin in it.
It can't
Let's
be
put a pin in it.
Oh
We're putting a pin.
So
We'll be back.
So we talked about Senna, we talked about Wolong,
Yes.
we talked about State of Decay, we talked about
Mhm.
Control Resonant. Metro 2039
Mhm.
looks good, but I've never been into
It looks
that
like a Metro
series,
game.
so
It's
yeah.
still very much like that.
I'll tell you what does look interesting to me.
Mm.
And I didn't play the first one. Minecraft Dungeons.
Oh yeah.
Dungeons 2. I've been
Dungeons
playing
was
with
a
it
lot
forever.
of fun. I played
Yeah,
it.
I've been playing
I
with
am
my kids
fun.
all the time. It's so awesome. Yeah.
Co-op it.
And
Yes,
another
it's the
thing,
best co-op out there. It is.
Persona
yes.
6 didn't show us anything, but I won that bet with Sav, if you're listening, which he's not. But
I
didn't
have a WWE style video from Sav calling you out, bro. He's
that's fine.
holding
That's
strong.
You
You were there, right?
I was there, yeah.
As long as I get my knees in the mail, it's okay. Now,
Oh, man. Put some Sasongoya on it. No,
Crazy Taxi looked interesting. I feel like I wish they would have showed more gameplay, but they did afterwards, so I'll allow it. The CGI cutscene didn't do anything for me, but when they showed the game itself, that was good. Obviously, Castlevania Belmont's Curse looks amazing. I don't care for Flight Simulator. And then you got the Elder Scrolls and all this other stuff. So
You ain't got to scroll through everything.
Hold on.
What
No,
was your favorite?
You didn't talk about the best game shown.
You see? Yeah, he's just scrolling.
Okay. So the best
Vivarium.
game shown to me was E-Day. I think.
Okay. Move on.
E-Day-
All right. The best
Yes.
game shown to you was E-Day. Corkenstein, what was the best game shown to you, sir?
Vivarium. That game looks awesome from like a development standpoint and how that Studio Ghibli kind of look to it. For me, that was a very big shock. And I was like, it wasn't about the big AAAs. That game is something that you can tell is going to be very unique, very special, and something that is going to be just about the gameplay. And it looked gorgeous. It was like basically playing a Studio Ghibli game.
So this is the game he's talking about, Vivarium. All right. So speak a little bit to why this captures your attention so much. The Studio Ghibli-ness of it.
Yeah. Like the art style of it, and then it looks like it's gonna be like, because I thought like, okay, cool, cinematic right here, right? This looks like a really cool cinematic, and then you see it open up to actual gameplay, and just this whole style of looking like it's gonna be possibly like a Stardew-ish Valley or Grave, what's that called? Gravekeeper. A narrative adventure. I mean, just look how absolutely gorgeous. It also looks like that old school Dungeons, Dragon's Lair. I think that's what it's called. That
Dragon's
it's
Lair,
just all of it, and it just has. This really
another call out. Orbitals.
What was it?
Orbitals.
Oh yeah. Orbitals.
The exclusive Nintendo game. Same kind of art style.
Yep. And just
very cool.
Just to see this, it looks really cool. Like there's going to be a lot more to this, and the art style is probably going to take up a lot of the I guess the screen space of like people focusing on it. But just it looks like it's going to be about an experience and a game, and how you experience that world. And I absolutely love it. Like Way to the Woods. I just did my preview on our Xbox. That's about an experience and how you play and interact with the world. And I feel like this is going to be the same.
This is the part that was super intriguing for me. It's like you're in this wonderful, go-lucky Studio Ghibli world. Oh, it's so wonderful. And then you see that you are just like a little thing on a freaking table in someone's freaking house. So it's ominous and you're stuck in that thing. It's like, what are we talking about here? Very intriguing. Very
It is.
Cool.
It's super intriguing. So I can't wait.
So this for you was the one that did it. Okay. For Everborn Saga, it was E-Day. Lucius, from the Xbox show, like period, we can dig into the details as we are, but which specific showing, whether it be first party or third, like lifted off the page for you?
I think seeing Gears E-Day was probably the biggest. I mean, I love the entire show. There was a lot of games that I was super interested in. Obviously, the one that we just talked about was incredible. The Studio Ghibli-ness of it. It's definitely the type of game that I would play. But Gears E-Day, man, seeing the visual fidelity and also the change in some of the gameplay. There was an entire game at Summer Games Fest that focused on cover mechanics and how dynamic their cover mechanics are. That is a side piece for what Gears E-Day is doing, because they showed us that incredibly dynamic, getting super low and getting super high and adapting to what cover that you have. That was incredibly impressive. And that wasn't even the main thing that they were showing you. They're showing you the graphics, they're showing you the environment, they're showing you things that already previously existed inside of the Gears thing, but to show you their more enhanced version of it. Man, I am very excited for this game. And my initial complaint about Fable, us seeing Fable there, I was like, okay, we just saw a couple nice snippets of Fable again. I need real 30-minute whatever. And then they gave that.
But about Fable though, is our national nightmare resolved? Can we all go back home? Can we all breathe a sigh of relief?
I'm going to say this.
Zesty Gate resolved, sir. Is Zesty Gate resolved?
After that 30-minute demo that they showed everybody, I think we can walk away and say that they've made the male animation significantly better. But I think we can also say to all the people who were saying that we were crazy, please come to the front of the congregation and get your whippings, because it's very clear that what we saw was true. And that
turned the Zesty slider down. The Zesty slider was turned down. Yes,
obviously it wasn't like they were trying to make him zesty or anything. But
it was called the unique walk. And as soon as Umbra's his message came out, they turned it to the Zesty slider, and then they turned it down.
Bro, but here's the thing.
There's an actual Zesty slider, and they're just like. Zzz.
I think what happened is that they made the animations for the female character, and I think for a while the female character was probably going to be the only character. There might not have been a character creator. Now that's just me speculating, because they only showed the female character for years, and I was okay with that. Like, I had no problem with it. But them adding a late stage male animation walk, that male was never there. If the male character was there from the very beginning, they would have had a male gate the entire time, and yet it's very clear that they didn't. So to me, that's just them finishing up the male character and making sure that you can have your male character or whatever. And in the first Fable game, you didn't get a choice of what gender that you were playing. You just played as the boy, right? And so because I see this as almost a spiritual reset of Fable in a lot of ways, this, if it was limited to a female character only, I would not have complained. I was like, okay, that's just how I see the first Fable, and this is also kind of the first Fable in a lot of ways. But my complaint about Fable was just we didn't see enough. But then they were able to fix that a couple days later with that 30-minute demo. But
okay, so for you, it's still E-Day and Fable.
E-Day and Fable, those two things, man. I cannot wait until I can play Fable.
So quickly, I agree with you on the top tiers. The E-Day really, really took it away. I think that when we went to Summer Game Fest, a lot of people were saying that, right? I was talking to Hip Hop Gamer, talking to a bunch of people. And the question becomes, when I ask this question, the first thing is, oh, you mean besides E-Day? Because E-Day is just run away with it. Everybody's just like, oh, the E-Day is it. But then there are secondaries beyond E-Day. So definitely E-Day, for the Xbox show, E-Day really showed up. People really dug, and I actually dug Val and Mortis. I thought was really cool. Resonance was really like a Plague Tale. I've always respected it, but I hate the gameplay of forcing you in this uncomfortable thing. Like, I've never liked I'm just a kid with a rock and my annoying brother, and I'm trying to protect him through all these knights with real swords and weapons, and I'm supposed to hit all the rock.
Rat game.
Rats everywhere. I'm supposed to hit this knight who has this broadsword with a rock this big in the key area in order to take him down. Like, come on now. But now she got blades. She's out there doing her thing. I'm happy they chose a better protagonist for this thing. So for me, that really leapt off the page. I have to say, no one said this, so I have to call it out. While I agree with all of you guys, I think Magician, the Devil's Deal, really did something awesome. Like, it reminded me of BioShock. It brought back cool gameplay elements, and I was just like, why have there not been a real Wizard game in a real way like this? Now, Everborn Saga, I'll throw this real back to you really quickly. I know you're not one for ones. So how did this one grab you, sir? Are you ready to play with a wizard, or are you still like, this is more Harry Potter that I don't care for?
I don't do wands.
So this didn't do it for you either. This didn't work either, Everborn. I guess
he might be busy. I would say Magicians kind of reminded me more of Dishonored than like a faster kind of like pace of Dishonored than, but maybe just because of what was showing on the level, but just with the abilities and everything like that versus more BioShock. I kind of got more Dishonored vibes from it. Maybe it might be like an immersive sim kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. So we have so much more games to talk about. We'll switch to Summer Game Fest and call a few of those out. I know that some of us got a chance to play some games, right? Obviously, the behind closed door stuff we can't talk about, but there were literally so many games that were just available to play. They want you to talk about them. I have some recorded footage. We'll get into all of that, right? So please, I'm being a bad host. Shout out to the 350 some odd people at our heights that are here from all the various platforms. We appreciate you. Please think about hitting that like button. If you are on YouTube's, maybe you wanna what's the thing, Lucius? What's the new thing? Props. What the hell they call it? Forgive me. Whatever. Like, let folks know we're here. Retweet it. Let folks know that we're still going strong, and we appreciate all of your help to continue this moving. Now, let us switch quickly to the Summer Game Fest previews, because I think that also had a lot to show. And then after that, we'll get into like the indies. And I know that hype. Thank you, sir. Hype. I know there's a lot of conversations there, as well as maybe one or two news stories that we have missed that we want to kind of get into it as well. So, Everborn, I'll turn it back to you, specifically with Summer Game Fest in mind. You have a couple games in there that really leapt off the page for you, games that you feel like people should be paying attention to.
Skip me, I will be back. But okay, Code Veronica is the answer.
Oh, damn. Okay. Lucius, we'll go to you then. Straight.
I'm trying to remember if Armistice was shown at this. I
think Armistice was shown at this one. Let me see if I can find it.
In one of the weirder things about Armistice is that when we've seen Armistice multiple times over the past couple of years, and every time I'm like, oh, this looks okay. Walking past it and seeing people play it, that was next level for me. So
now is the part where we'll do a cheap plug. If you have a chance to go to the Gaming Circle and go ahead and read our preview on Armistice, written by the one Lucius Augustus. Ladies and gentlemen, great game. Talk about Armistice. I'll put the trailer on the screen.
Yeah, the game is really interesting because it comes from the makers of Godfall, right? So that exclusive PS5 game that or it came to the Xbox at some point, but like it was initially one of the first Unreal Engine 5 games. It was exclusive to PlayStation, and I think it came to PC at some point. Overall good game, but as a live service it kind of failed, but it had all the kind of elements there. It had all the good shooting, it had the good movement, it had all of that stuff. And they take that knowledge of the good movement and the good shooting and setting up enemies for spacing. All of that stuff is taken and put into a roguelite formula where there's a story that you're going through and everything, but the game expects you to fail to some extent, and there's a loop of getting better weapons, getting better.
What does this sound like? Returnal?
In some ways I could see that, but Returnal was
it has certain Returnal flavors. But continue, yes.
But Returnal really leaned into the bullet hell, of it, and this really just leans very differently. But you can get into the game very quickly. Like I sat down, I watched the whole beginning cutscene, and then within 5 minutes, I'm in playing the game. I didn't really need to try to understand anything. Everything's very simple. You're just walking through different locations. This game is surprisingly good. And whenever I look at it, it's not the most impressive thing, but playing it is incredibly engaging, and the spacing that you need and the different types of enemies and the higher levels and the different abilities and your scalability, and I'm really excited for this game.
Tell people where you played this.
I played this at the Nintendo booth, which shout out to the Gaming Circle community, because if it wasn't for your attention and your eyes, then Nintendo would have never allowed us to be able to get in there in the first place. But we were able to get in, and we were able to experience a bunch of games, and this was one of the ones that we experienced. I played this on the Switch 2 in handheld mode, and it felt and played great.
Yeah.
So any other,
and by the way, day one Game Pass.
This is day one Game Pass.
Day one Game Pass.
All the consoles are coming to PC, to multiple places in PC, the Epic Game Store, on Steam. So you'll have plenty of options for that. But if it wasn't for this game specifically that I still have inside of my head, and I wish there was a demo or something, but I'm reaching out to the devs, seeing if they can give me some stuff.
What game is this?
No, Armistice. But like, if it wasn't then my top game would have been, and this can lead right into the controversy, Stranger Than Heaven.
Oh man, good job, sir. Good threading of that needle. I appreciate you.
Why don't you hit him up with your thoughts?
Well done,
now,
sir.
Stranger Than Heaven is a Yakuza game that allows for people who don't really know too much about the Yakuza thing to kind of jump in. Brand new story, obviously. And it tells the creation of the Toho clan, which are like the main Yakuza group that you follow throughout all the Yakuza games. And it's like an origin story. It's a transplant story. It's a story about immigrants and about being accepted in a new place. It's about making your own way. It's about a lot of different things. It's about music. It's about culture. And apparently it's also about Tupac, because during Summer Games Fest, this game that already features Snoop Dogg as one of the characters revealed to everyone that they are having Tupac in the game as well. Now, I can tell you, when I was in the room, everybody freaked out, but Kei Asante, well, he had other thoughts.
So we're in the room, right? And forgive me for this conversation, because this needs to be had. Okay, we're in the room. Snoop Dogg walks out. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, it's Snoop Dogg!" Oh Lord, right? And we're relatively somewhat close. The whole venue was not difficult to see anybody, so it was easy to see, right? And then he talks about Pac coming out, and they have the thing, and everybody just loses. And I'm just like, huh? And it was just like, oh my God, it's amazing. So the reason why I was taken aback. Now let's be clear. Let's level set. I will definitely be playing this game. I'm a big fan of this kind of genre, of course, but I too am a big music fan. I used to be I consider myself a musician even to this very day, even though I don't actively pursue music, right? So I have a lot of understanding in the background. Let's just say that the person who's being featured and who's being ushered in by Snoop, they probably wouldn't have been seeing eye to eye towards the end of his life. So the idea that he's the one ushering the man onto the stage felt a little weird to me. You know what I'm saying? It's mostly because of the background, and it's not too navel gazing or anything. You can go look it up, right? Tupac, and everybody remembers two of America's Most Wanted. You know that track, and everybody. Oh, Tupac and Snoop. Towards the end, Tupac did not consider Snoop a friend, let alone somebody. Like, they were not cool at all. There's rumor and speculation still to this day abound about the end of his life and their relationship. So the fact that this man comes out and goes, "Well, we worked with his estate," which that's a whole different conversation about who controls his estate. And I think
that is actually part of the conversation, because that informs why you feel the way that you feel, because it's not just a a culture of, you know, Tupac wouldn't have liked Snoop being in the same yada yada, because no, but there's also an additional factor where, well, who actually owns the estate?
Estate, yes.
Who owns it?
Who's the one actually controlling his likeness? Who's the one saying, okay, it's cool that he be there? Because I don't think it's his family. And facts is they don't control that. Their estate is different than the estate that's being controlled of his image is different than the people who have his best interests at heart, being his family. Which, by the way, there are fewer and far between of his family now, with his mother passing not too long ago. But still, all of that made me go, I don't know, man. You know,
there are two people. There are two groups that particularly own, you could say, Tupac's visage, or like his image, right? And on one side, you have his estate, which I believe is owned by a corporation, not like not anybody who's like associated with his family. And
remember, Pac died broke. Can you imagine that? The man that you know, he died with not a penny in his pocket, like, as far as his estate is concerned.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And then the second half that kind of owns his image would be Death Row Records, right? And after a lot of
Death Row Records
happened historically, guess who ended up owning Death Row Records? Snoop Dogg. So you have this situation in where these two people had beef in their life. One of them died early, and now the other half of that beef is in a lot of ways weekends at Bernieing this person's body,
walking around the man's corpse and literally just putting it on display for our benefit
and
his own financial gain.
And I think it was King or Kay Asante who brought up this point. But you know, the Yakuza games are violent games. They have a lot of passion and energy and violence inside of them. And if somebody is going to be featured in that game, most likely they are going to deal with some level of violence. And what ends up happening if Snoop Dogg and Tupac end up on opposite sides of that equation, and then Tupac ends up dying in the game, it would be a situation where Snoop is essentially killing him twice. And it's not to say that he killed him the first time, but it is to say that, like, he lived while his opponent died, and then he also used the visage of his old opponent,
bring him back and then pack him up again,
and pack him up again. That is crazy.
It's look, again, this is not us grabbing pitchforks. This is not us doing any of that. I just find this whole situation very odd, and like I'm a Pac fan of epic proportions from way back, as I am a Snoop fan and all of this, right? But I know enough about it to make me feel a little bit weird about the whole scenario. So when this was announced and people were just losing their mind, I was the only one in there like, it was very strange.
And honestly, it took me a while to get to understand Kay Asante's point, because initially he was just kind of like, well, I mean, I don't really feel good about this X, Y, and Z. And I was like, man, are you just trying to like take an old beef from the 80s and like bring it back into like, and he's just like, no, it's not just that. It took a long time for us to like break down exactly why he felt this way. But once you really start understanding the historical context of it, the cultural context of it, and the fact that of like who actually owns this person's image and who gets to utilize him for the ways that they want, it becomes a different equation. Now, once again, I will be playing this game day one.
As will I. 100%. No doubt. This is not any of that. This is just super interesting information that maybe have been left off or has been sidelined, that you as a person who cares about this stuff should know. This is a very weird situation. So I feel like in the room, people were like, oh, well, Snoop is involved. So it adds a level of confidence. That is specifically why I'm like, oh, not because he's there that I'm confident. It's because he's there that I'm concerned, because this should not be happening this way. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is like George Bush Sr. coming around saying, we have a game featuring Iran or Iraq, and look, we have Osama we have Osama bin Laden in it and all this, right? It's like, bruh, we get it. It's over. Like,
Move on.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what this is a little to me. So it is what it is. But again, I really, really I'm excited to see that at least there's still attention being paid here, right? We'll see where this goes. But yeah, it was a very odd thing for me personally to see this play out. And everybody was just clapping in unison. And I was just looking around like, am I on another planet? What happened here? So that was just me. That's just me. Anyway, but we can move on. I will say it does look good, though. It really does look good. It looks like they put a lot of attention to it. It looks like they're paying some attention and deference to both characters and all of that, right? It looks that way. Everborn, Korkenstein, do you have any thoughts here? Did this wash over you and you went, okay, that's cool? Or what happened? Yeah.
It doesn't feel right because they weren't there, right? And so I just don't get the purpose of adding the likeness. It doesn't fit in terms of the location of the Yakuza games, nor in terms of even the time period when we're talking about. I don't know if this game comes up to the 90s, but
no, it does not. Not anywhere near
it. And even if it did, why would a Snoop still look like a 50-year-old man in the thing? So none of it makes sense to me. But I guess. But it's not for me.
Yeah. It is what it is. I felt a little odd and unusual about it. What about you, Korkenstein? I know, like, this is a cultural figure. Like, it doesn't even have to get any deeper than that. Did this do anything for you, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I leaned over to Web Dave and I was like, "Who's Tupac?" No, I'm joking.
Oh my god!
Well done, sir.
I don't think the audience will really appreciate that for how incredible of a joke that was. Layered, to say the least.
Yeah, no, I know who Tupac is. No, I want to give it a chance. Like I said, I don't know the storied history. Like hearing you guys talk about it, very educating, very enlightening. I didn't know that aspect of it. But I want to see. I want to see how it fits into the story and how they're, it's one thing. Maybe this could be, Snoop's way of maybe trying to make amends or something and portray him in a nice light and pay homage to a legend. I want to see how he's going to actually portray it and how it actually makes sense. If they're just throwing it in there and there's like, here's Tupac, but then they don't do any service to him, then yeah, that's a shitty thing to do. Don't dishonor a dead man's legacy. So that's my kind of theory or mentality behind it. I think it's cool. Oh, sorry, somebody.
I just think, like, if you were gonna do this, put the RZA in there or something. Like, what does Tupac have to do with
the Wu-Tang Clan in there, right?
Yeah, like Wu-Tang or something. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see how it's gonna play out, how they're gonna honor that legacy. And see if it's actually going to be something that's narratively cohesive. That's my biggest thing is I'm looking at it from a narrative side. I think it's cool, like, fan service, but give me something that's going to make it narratively cohesive and keep it in that storied container that actually makes sense. And because that's what Stranger Than Heaven is. It's something that looks like it's going to be an immersive game to put you in those eras of feudal, of not feudal Japan, of just Japan in general, back in the day. And, if you have these characters like Snoop, that kind of makes sense a little bit. It's like that we've already seen it, like with the the Afro Samurai kind of style cartoons and that hip hop blend of Japan and African American culture.
Which no doubt I love. Yes, more hip hop in games, and it shouldn't just be sports games. So I'm there for it. It's just this scenario that makes me go,
This kind of takes that. It makes sense with Snoop. Yeah. Not so much with Tupac. So I want to see how they're going to envelop that and make it cohesive.
I would argue that it doesn't even make sense with Snoop, and it's breaking the immersion. It's the verisimilitude is there. Listen, if you had Michael Jai White, not a rapper, but a black, very skilled martial artist, if you look him up, if you don't understand,
he's an actual martial artist currently today.
Put Michael Jai White in there if you want to have some representation.
That makes some sense.
Don't make no sense.
No sense. Because even if they were alive at this time, they'd be getting their asses handed to them.
Listen, why we
ain't no
just
fighter.
put Biggie in there at full weight since we just doing stuff.
Well, I think
And you got to slip on baby oil to get through the level.
Oh damn!
Listen,
What we doing?
if we're gonna do it, let's do it.
So the reason why we're here in the first place, right? If we're being just honest, Snoop, the Yakuza devs have been coming out with pretty good games, and they've been selling pretty well. So they probably have just more money
real quick,
throw towards bigger actors.
Let me quickly put something out here because Pixel brings out a good point. Amari Shakur estate is owned by his sister, right? His sister, and that's where the communication happened. If you heard Snoop talking on the stage, he said, "I work with his son." He worked with his own son because him and Tupac's estate aren't eye to eye for obvious reasons. So he went through his son to get them to do this, right? So still, it's a little bit, I don't know, man. We shall see. I'm looking forward to it. Yes, there is definitely some lineage there. We're not sure how clear or how
they own his masters, but do they own his visage, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot because he was broke. What do you call it? Death Row Records took care of a lot, and it made them gain ownership of a lot.
Yeah,
so there's a juxtaposition there. We need
has a large, if not totally owns Death Row Records. So it's like if anybody has the ability to produce Tupac's image, it's going to be the estate and Death Row. And
Death Row and Snoop owns Death Row.
Snoop owns Death Row. So it's just like it's a weird situation.
So let's move on slightly because one thing that I heard consistently at Summer Game Fest, at Play Days, from all the awesome creators that we all communicated with was, E-Day won Game of Show, but this was the second.
Yeah.
This right here was the second Game of Show. Blood Message. I heard it over and over. Never got a chance to go backstage hands-on it. But man, oh man, did I hear
every single person. Every single person who got to play it was just like, you need to play this game.
You couldn't be sitting you'd be sitting at one because they have different like tables and booths and stuff. And even sitting down somewhere, just enjoying a snack or drinking your coffee that they had, you would hear Blood Message just like randomly from people walking by. That's how much of an impact this game had. Everybody was talking about this game that played it.
Yeah.
And for the record, the people who I spoke to, I spoke with Cog, I spoke with other folks. Shout out to the great ILP. Like they said, look, the level 1 gaming, amazing gentleman from level 1, right? Even they said, the trailer looked great and it looked good, but you don't get it until you're there and you actually get hands-on, or if you get the benefit of seeing additional footage. And people who are lucky enough to see some, they say it was amazing.
I think this has a Crimson Desert effect, where when you're watching it, you're like, there's no way this is actually in the game. And then you play Crimson Desert and you're like, everything that they showed us is in the game. This is insane.
Yeah, I think
might be one of those.
You guys have more context of this game than me, because this kind of blended with Onimusha to me, and So when I'm looking back at him, I'd have to look for a few seconds before I knew which was which. But it does. I heard a lot of people talking about it, but I need to take time. And
everyone talks about how this was like, if it wasn't for E-Day, this became a show.
And
I don't know.
What
show was this at?
After this show,
this was at Summer Game Fest. But after this show, a couple days later, they, just like Fable, just like a bunch of other games, this had like a 19-minute whatever, and that really kind of shows you. Yeah, I need to watch those.
Different dynamic, whatever, and it looks really
Japanese
good.
Or Korean game.
This is Chinese, I think.
I think so.
I think this is Chinese.
Wait, is this the one that was subbed and not dubbed?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. No,
the entire thing's in. I'm pretty sure that the entire thing was in Chinese or whatever.
It's in Chinese. Okay. Umbra says it is definitely in Chinese. So there you go. Okay.
So is this they stole that shot from Game of Thrones Battle of the Bastards?
Of course they did. That was Jon Snow versus the masses. I saw this.
Great artist appeal. I have no problem with it.
Yes.
The amount of times I've seen an Akira slide inside of every game or movie or whatever, I have no problem keep seeing it 1,000 more times.
Do we think this is the next Black Myth Wukong?
Might be.
Maybe.
Might be.
You know how I heard
Might
somebody
be.
described it?
Mm.
It is the Chinese equivalent to Ghost of Tsushima.
Wow. Okay. You
Well,
got me. That's
One's
great.
in Japan and
All
that sort of feudal area.
That's
Get
awesome.
down with that.
Yeah. Now we also let's move quickly because we're already almost hitting 250. We also saw Last Ronin, which it was just like
We didn't see
literally
anything. We saw nothing.
It was a little teaser trailer, but
We
it's
saw
coming,
more in the Zelda trailer.
right? It's coming and it's platinum. Those two things are very exciting. So I am there for it. Let's see more hopefully next time, right? So it's all good there. Let's move on quickly. Let's see. Gundam
game,
Rogue.
really good. The cinematic obviously looks significantly better, but even with like fresh eyes, when you just like, all right, let me just look at it as a game, it's like, oh, this actually looks like a cool action game, and I'm into Gundams. So like,
what did you think of Crossfire?
Crossfire is that game.
Crossfire.
Crossfire is that game with the different
protagonists, a male and female.
But it also talked about the cover mechanics, right? Like that was the one that focused on the cover mechanics. And how,
this is made by the original IP is owned still by Smilegate. If you remember Crossfire X, people didn't like that one. This is not being made by the same team.
Okay,
it's the same IP. It's not being made by the same team. But the reason it excites me is beyond the graphics and the fidelity and all of that, the two protagonists are very good character actors in films and TV that I've watched many a times. So I'm like, I feel like they're putting their actual quality foot forward here on this one.
And they got a lot of Naughty Dog guys, ex Naughty Dog guys on this, right? For the NBC and things like that. So explain to me, we had Crossfire is a very large multiplayer. It was bigger sort of outside of the United States than it is
big in Korea.
The United States. But then we did have a Crossfire campaign that came out towards the beginning.
Remedy made that, which was not great.
It was not great. So that is why when I saw this, I was like, this looks good. But I remember the one from Remedy, and it didn't make me care anymore. So why should people care about this if they have the previous bad taste in their mouth from the
so the only reason why I care about this is because as soon as I saw it, I was like, okay, Crossfire is a name I know, right? And to your point, it's a name I know that turned out not as great as I think it should have been, but it has Ricky Whittle in it. Now that's who you're looking at right now. This is the dude, myself and Umbra, we were going back and forth. Umbra knows what I'm talking about. We wanted him to be the next God of War because he has the look without the hair. You'll see. Like, he's a very good character actor. He's been in many a thing. He's in American Gods, really effing awesome. And he is one of the protagonists here. I was like, wow, you're spending all this money on Ricky Whittle? That's freaking awesome.
So
and
I feel like you're looking at this via a film lover and a
So understand. The reason why I think that way is the reason why I go to Call of Duty is for campaigns. I don't go to for multiplayer. I like the gameplay aspects and all of that. I do. Of course, it has a requirement. It's a game. But I'm not a multiplayer first gamer when it comes to that. So I enjoy the pulpy, great Call of Duty-like campaigns that we get with that. And everyone has been trying to take their shot at Call of Duty and try to be the next big campaign of that. And this looks as close as I've ever seen to anybody coming to that. So that excites me. I want a campaign first thing. Call of Duty is always a campaign second thing, but I still enjoy the campaigns when they come out. These guys look like they're taking the campaign seriously. You're paying good character actors. Mocap is on point, and it's not just him. The female protagonist is also a ex Call of Duty model. She also an actress of epic proportion. She's in the Boys, if you remember. She's able to blood bend and pop people's brains. If you've seen the show, she's also the protagonist there. She's also been in Call of Duty, as I've said. So it just seems like they're taking their time and taking this campaign side seriously, rather than it being what they normally do, which is campaign good. Have you seen the multiplayer? They're taking their time and really focusing on that campaign, showing you people who normally are about the story and about the emotions and all of that. So that tells me they're at least trying to make a very good campaign. That excites me because one thing, if we recall, people, you can say what you will about Crossfire. The shooting wasn't bad. They just went off the rails. They didn't give people what they wanted, right? But it wasn't like a bad game. People actually enjoyed that game. It just was not what the mainstream was looking for when it came out. And of course, Smilegate and did all the weirdness. I'm hoping, if nothing else, this gets us a very cool campaign out of the mix. That's what excites me about it, right? Not just the movie aspect. It's the fact that they're taking just that campaign idea seriously, you know. But yes, I saw this. I thought it was really cool. I really enjoyed them, like, seemingly taking this stuff seriously. Graphically, cover, look at all this. It was very cool. I thought, hey, this might actually do something, you know. I don't have the confidence in any multiplayer aspects, but then again, that's not what I'm there for. But yeah, this was really cool for me. And anybody think different? Cookie,
No.
What do you think?
It looks great. Yeah, it looks like definitely something that's going to be a little bit of an on rails, you know, story. It's just going to take you from one instance to the next instance, you know, via like a Plague's Tale, you know, that kind of style. It looks really, really good. I'm excited, especially if the gunplay is nice and it has a good storyline. Like you said, if they're putting this much into actors, the narrative hopefully will match that caliber of acting. I like
That's
it.
what I'm looking for.
I'll play it.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is why I was excited. You know, I saw this and I was like, hey, you know, maybe they become the next like big competitor in the campaign space to try and get attention away from COD, because you know COD is usually about the multiplayer and they still dominate the single player because most people don't make games that hit that height, right?
Yeah.
No one is under any illusion that this thing will take any kind of attention from multiplayer, but hopefully in the single player context, this thing does something interesting. So that's what got me. It was interesting to me. Obviously, Call of Duty Control Resident, one of my most anticipated games. I have the cup. I was lucky enough to get my hands on the cup. There's your Bureau of Control. I am a huge fanboy for Control. I didn't even get a chance to go hands on with it or go behind closed door. Hopefully, maybe I'll put it out into the universe. I want to review the game. We'll see what happens. Or I'll be buying it day one and playing it as well, because that is awesome. So Control Resident, that was really cool. I think you want to talk a little bit about pod racers. Do you not? Star Wars Galactic Racer, Corkenstein? I know you were playing that.
I can, but I'm under embargo.
Okay.
So I can just say I played it. I can't say anything else, basically. Is what was.
I will tell you, I'm not under embargo. I didn't get to play it. I walked by it. I've sat and watched people play it. If you are about that Star Wars life, if you like pod racing, you will be very happy, I think. And that's just from a person who was watching somebody else play it in the background. I didn't get a chance to go hands on myself, but yeah, like it looked cool as hell. It looked cool as hell. I wonder how it hit in the room when people saw it, but for me, I was like, hey man, they got something on their hands. It's pretty cool. And it looks like in between the racing, they're doing some really interesting Star Wars like actual proper stuff. You know, we'll see how it turns out. I didn't get a chance to play it, but it looked super cool to me. Let's see. The only other one that I would like drop and just talk about real quick is 1666 Amsterdam. By the way, there's a demo out that people can play. It is actually out there right now. If you are interested in, you know, seeing what this is about, you can actually go right now to Steam. Heavy demo. Be prepared. Your machine will probably buckle under its weight.
Does not run well on handheld. It runs,
but it looks excellent. It looks beautiful, like really, really, really beautiful. Obviously, this is the guy who was part of the first incubation team who made Assassin's Creed. Right? He's moved. Desolé, I think his last name is. He's moved on since then, but this is him coming back. I'm totally in the bag because this is about Amsterdam and about the Netherlands. There are certain streets you walk that I've walked myself, so it looks really nostalgic. But it's based on, you know, old times and witchcraft, and very cool. I'm intrigued to see what else they do there. Besides that, of course, Blood of the Dawnwalker. I call it the Witcher before the Witcher. That looked really good as well.
I did not care about this game until this trailer. This is the first.
So this trailer changed it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still might not
change this for you.
Here's
here's some tchotchkes from Blood of the Dawnwalker. If you can see it, there you go.
Ooh. Yeah, like I feel like this displayed the narrative a lot better than they have in the past.
Okay.
So I'm actually like interested to see how that happens, and you're following the story from it looks like multiple time periods. So you know, it looks good to me, and it's a story that I'd follow. We'll see how well the combat turns out, but from what I see right now, I think there's an interesting narrative hook.
It's very Witcher-esque. Am I wrong? It feels very Witcher-esque to me.
Witcher-esque or Vampire the Masquerade-ish. You know, that's how they kind of like a mix.
Yeah, it's like it's a blend of both. Yes, absolutely. I think both of them like would represent that. Lucius, did you get any chance with this?
No, I did not get a chance to play this at all.
Okay, but yeah, I got a chance to see this at Gamescom a couple years ago. Looked really cool. Obviously, it still looks cool now. You know, when it comes out, I will be there. Absolutely, it looks like it's.
Will you? Because it's coming out in September. Will you have time?
Oh,
does it stick out above the rest?
Yeah. Most likely, it'll be on the backlog and it'll get touched eventually. We'll
yeah.
Purchase it, but see,
all I'm gonna say is that is looking like a deals.gg.
Yeah, exactly. You're not gonna purchase it day one.
So okay, let's quickly run through this.
People.
Among Us, that was cool. I got to see Among Us. I got to see the campaign.
Oh, nice.
It was cool. Yeah, I got to see the campaign. We'll talk more about that later. The 007 First Light. You know, I hadn't played it.
Purchased that. Still haven't played it yet.
Shout out to the great Mortivore in our Discord, who last night we just happened to have conversations. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'll play that eventually. Yeah, backlog. Blah blah blah. I look at my freaking thing. He bought the game for me, man. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? He bought the game for me. So now I have no choice but to play it because he put the game on my radar. He literally bought it and put it in my inbox. I'm like, bro, you didn't have to do that. Spent too much damn money. But thank you, Mortivore. I'm saying this thing on officially here on film, so we know this for the record. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. So I'll be playing that soon. Otherwise, let's see. The only other one that I saw that I thought was really cool, Attack on Titan, looked interesting. If you're interested in that IP.
So is this new one because it's part 3? Is part 3 going to tell the whole story from the beginning, or do you have to buy the other two?
I feel like this is a lot of the Dragon Ball Z kind of thing, where they just keep regurgitating the story but not giving you everything. Making you buy
but they said they made a big point out of it. It's gonna Keeley said it's gonna be beginning, middle, and end thing. But you see, it says the Attack on Titan story from start to finish. So if that is it in this game, you know, maybe I'll check it out. I still have to watch the final season part 4 because they broke that.
It is
so many parts.
God,
you know, so people say it's not worth it.
I think it's worth it. I think it's because if you have a brain and you can process the entire story or whatever, it is very much worth it. And we can go into
you know what happened to me with that, Lucius? I watched the whole show as it came out, and then we got to the final season, and they were like, "This is the final season, part 1." And then I was like, "Yeah." But this is what I'm saying. I was gonna wait. I was like
5 days over.
Yeah. Let me wait until all the final season is out because I can't watch like 18 minutes at a time when you. And I just never got back to it, so I don't actually know how the story ends.
We can once you finish that, we can go into deep discussion about it because I really like Attack on Titan, and as much as some people don't like the ending, I think that the ending made sense. If anything, it's I don't want to get into detail, but wetatever. We can talk about that later. Maybe.
So that is a Discord conversation. Join us on discord.gg/TGCP. We have a movie section. We go spoilers.
Speaking of that, after you get through these games, I want to do a not even 5 minutes on the real discussion on Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day, which I saw last night.
But
I want to point out we have two messy topics that we need to talk about. One is courts.
Yes, we need to keep rolling. We need to keep
rolling. No, I just want to keep bringing them up. And then the other one being Everborn's, let's just call it analysis on Tom Henderson's recent activity.
Sure. So this is Maverick Games, I think they're called. These are the ex-devs from GT. These Maverick Games, ex-devs from Forza.
Yeah.
A lot of Forza devs. It looks like it has Forza Horizon lineage, but it also has proper face acting, proper animation, like a proper like campaign story, almost a la Need for Speed's recent attempt. It looks interesting. You know, I'm there with them being as good as they are in Forza now. Some teams moving over to do this, very intriguing. I think it showed pretty well. Time will tell if it's able to you know, best the monster that is Forza Horizon itself. But you know, time will tell on that one. Let's see. Scrolling through, the Wolf Among Us 2.
Yes.
Reveal was interesting. Very, very cool. You know.
Finally.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
There is one up above, real quick. Sea of Remnant.
Yeah, please. Sea of Remnant. Okay, speak to Sea of Remnant.
I was able to play that, and if you watch the trailer, you'd think it's like some music game. It is not a music game at all. It is it's a RPG, a turn-based RPG with like naval combat. All like basically in an open world setting. Think Expedition 33, but more hubs. Like a
doesn't the
graphics
graphics also look a little bit like Sea of Thieves? Just
a little bit, yeah. It has that like marionette kind of cell shaded look to it. A lot of the things, they definitely look like puppets, like marionettes. It was really, really cool to play and see and stuff like that. Yeah,
there's some gameplay.
So there's different things to do. It was a cool play. It was a cool playthrough. But yeah, definitely like E33 esque style kind of gameplay with the turn-based and RPG, and then you have these
notice
elements.
There you can drink just like Sea of Thieves. You can get drunk, part game elements. You can throw like chickens. It is very Sea of Thieves kind of energy. Look at this. They're kind of taking shots at Sea of Thieves right now. This is very Sea of Thieves. So it seems to be. Anyway. Hopefully
it was really cool to see. And then you get the naval combat of it, which was kind of cool. I remember this one being they had like some music video. This isn't the one I saw, but I think this is the other one that they showed where they had like that.
This is the one with actual like gameplay. The other one was just a straight video. Yeah.
Yep.
So that I do recall this was like out of left field. People were like, I wonder what this is, because it did misrepresent with that music video. I think you're right. Yeah, this is the music video we're talking about right here.
Sea of Thieves is on season 20, so they are making so much money that they're able to continue to support that game. Like, and I'm not surprised, because obviously a lot of people have different tastes or whatever. But like, as somebody who hasn't even touched Sea of Thieves, it's
so you've never played it?
I've never played it.
Oh, I almost got to Pirate Legend. I played it throughout the first cycle, even before the season started, and it was obviously more emptier. So I've heard it's come full circle. There's even great DLC. I've did the Pirates of the Caribbean DLC a little bit. I've done some of those, but like you, I haven't gone back to it in a real way in the modern era, but I did put some time in it before. This looks very Sea of Thieves-esque, very much. Makes sense though, right? To the point you're making, Lucius, these dudes making so much money, it's only a matter of time till somebody else tries to take their shot.
Yes.
So makes sense. Yeah. Let's see. You want to talk about the yams of it all? Because there's some talk about the yams.
Okay, so
who wants to take the yams?
I'll do it very, very quickly.
Be brief with the yams. Let's go.
Not touching this.
Obviously,
not touching this.
Obviously,
neither am I.
Yeah. Obviously, Alita Battle Angel vibes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Obviously, combat looks incredible. She was giving everybody the hands. It was incredible. That being said, what we're gonna see in the next few seconds is the first reveal of her face. And when people initially see this face, they're like, "Ooh, this is pretty young. This is a very young character." And that typically isn't a problem, even in an action game. Yeah. But we know who these people are, right? We know.
Well, we didn't until the yams proved themselves. All during this trailer part, we were like, I wonder who this is.
No, I knew immediately.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
It took me the yams to see who it
Yeah.
actually was.
But
look at
it's
this
one of
face.
it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, there's this very young looking character. Obviously, there's vibes of Alita Battle Angel, which is also like a young looking robot, whatever. And so I can see where the vibes are going, but this is Shift Up, right? The company that makes the game, and we know how they do. These guys are over here putting the camera in very specific places. When Eve was going up the ladder, they had incredibly revealing clothing, and so people are having an issue with this very young looking character, and the developer being who they are, and the sexualization that they do to their characters in the game. I'm not even saying that they shouldn't like necessarily do that. Like, I had no problem with Stellar Yams, right? I didn't play it myself, but I was like, I have no problem with this game existing because it's a good action game. And like, there's a hypersexualized female character, fine, but like, those games can exist. If you don't like them, don't play them. It's fine. And I didn't play it, but this one kind of gets to a different level because it's like, with this super young looking character, I don't know, it makes me feel weird. It still looks like a great action game, but that's as quickly as you can get around the whole controversy, explaining everything for what it is. And if this all that it was, I think people would be like, well, I feel like you're over exaggerating. But what you're about to see in the next few seconds is where she takes off her jacket, and there's literal jiggle physics on her.
She gets cheeked up, baby. All cheeked up, caked up.
Like, it's not a question of are they going to do this? We know that they're going to do this.
Kay wasn't going to talk about it until the cheeks came out, and then he was.
But that's all that it is. At the end of the, so you have people online being all like, well, like, Shift Up said that this is still an adult, yada yada, blah blah blah. It's still a very young looking character.
We don't believe you. We need more camera angles. I'm sorry.
If you come from the anime side like I do, and you watch as much anime as I do, I'm also sick of that trope of, here's this like 12-year-old girl, but she's actually a 2,000-year-old witch or something like that. Like, I'm sick of that.
She's a robot,
right?
She's been alive for 300 years. She just looks like she's 12.
And it's just kind of like, listen, man, you're the artist. You're the person who drew her like she's 12. And you're also drawing her in sexual positions. That's weird, right? I don't care who, like, it's all made up at the end of the day, but like, you are serving a particular audience. And I think that might be dangerous when you do those particular things to serve that particular audience. But hey, the game still looks crazy. So like, I don't know what to tell you, right? But I'm like, these are the discussions that you should have, because it's like, it's not saying that you shouldn't buy the game or whatever, but having discussions like this, you know, it gets people all kind of on the same page.
So, Everborn, I see you're very, very notoriously silent on this conversation. Do you have anything you want to weigh in on here, sir?
No, I do not.
Damn it. Oh, here's a good question. Is it coming to Xbox? Asks Wade Johnson.
So here's the weird thing. Stellar Blade 1 just came out on the Switch 2. Yeah. It's still not on the Xbox. And but
they did say that they're working on it.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They said,
did say, okay, go ahead.
The thing that they exact said was like, oh, you never know. It just takes time.
No, there's an update to that.
Yeah.
There's an update to that. So they, I guess, tweeted and they said, give us some time. They are a small studio and they've never developed on Xbox before.
Listen. They already had more than enough time. It takes more time to be able to convert your entire code base into ARM and then put it on the Switch. And there are less Switch 2s out there in the wild than there are Xbox Series S and X's. So you can't even say that it's about an install base thing, because it's not.
It's more, I think, about a cultural based thing where they're gonna get probably more people that are interested in this.
Like action games? Is that what we're saying?
No. I think more so, given the developer and where they are, I think they're going to be more centered towards Asian markets, where Switch 2 is a bigger seller there and PlayStation is a bigger seller there than something where Xbox isn't as prevalent in those. in those demographics.
If we want these companies to be acknowledged globally, then they need to start acting like global companies and having that global vision.
I think
Also, a
that
small team.
I think that part 2 will be day and date, and part 1 will come out in due course. And they decided to focus on the
Zach Riley using that Skeletor meme real well. Good job, sir. Good job.
Speaking of Skeletor, I also saw Masters of the Universe.
I know.
So.
I know. Yes. We'll get into the on the real minute in just a moment.
I hope we do it soon because I got a hard stop at 1 o'clock.
Understood. Okay. So, anything else we wish to discuss about
Final Fantasy VII Revelations is coming everywhere all at once. That's the
day one everywhere.
That's the big
huge
thing.
news.
Yeah,
it's no longer exclusive.
It looks
about
solid.
that. Now, something I saw. Windows Central via Jez Corden did an article that was titled something to the effect of Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy is finally free from the shackles of exclusivity. And it will be going day and date on launch. And the game director of the third one retweeted Jez's article, right? And I'm like, how mad do you have to be at
the tides
for
have
you
turned.
to retweet something that referred to the deal as shackles?
Yep.
Like, what does that mean?
How the tides have turned, ladies and gentlemen. Before they couldn't even speak. Now they're retweeting slander. It's kind of hilarious. It is what it is. But yes, it does look cool. It does. I'm excited to see it out
great.
there in the zeitgeist. Everybody playing it. It looks really, really good, graphically, and obviously they'll finish the story, and we're very, very excited about that. So for me, that was also a highlight event as well. Anyone else have anything else before we move on from Summer Game Fest?
I think that's it. We did.
Okay.
Did we actually talk about Code Veronica?
We will. Okay, fine. Talk Code Veronica. Drop Code Veronica before we move on.
One thing I noticed is at least from what they showed, it was all first person. Are they gonna move away from what they did in Requiem, where they move back and forth between first and third person?
I can answer that. I talked to the
ahead.
producer.
Yeah,
it is third person.
It is third person.
It is
even
gonna
though
be
the
third
trailer
person.
that they showed, or you're saying
It's first
both?
and third.
Is it first? Because he just said it's a third person experience.
Oh yeah, it is
The
a third person
PlayStation.
experience. Even
Why is the trailer in first person?
I think because they didn't want to give away
what it was.
Yeah,
in the beginning,
there was setting up that anticipation and that build up. Everyone's asking, "What's this? What's this? What's this?" And then they showed it, and then everyone's like, "Oh my god, it is it!"
When you're Resident Evil and you've done so many first person games, and the last thing you did was half and half, and then this is the remake of a game that was in third person, I feel like you got to kind of let people know. Because one could assume that Resident Evil was just going first person for this game.
He did say, because I got into the Capcom booth, so I got to see Omnimusha, and I can't actually talk about the stuff now because I'm out of embargo. He did say they want to stay true to the original. That was one of the big things that he did talk about, but also kind of give it like a modern aspect. He didn't want to go too deep because the game's still in development. So the plan's the plan until it's not the plan, essentially. And that's kind of what he was kind of insinuating, saying that there may be changes and upgrades and things to the game, but at the core essence, they want to keep it what Code Veronica was to make it Veronica now. But he did say, somebody did ask if it's going to be first person or third person. He did say third person, but like I said, the plan's the plan. Maybe they might have light first person. He just didn't want to give that, or they're not developed at that point yet. But yeah, he did say they want to stay true to the original as they can, but they do need to kind of, in a sense, because it was in Japanese, so the translation here is a little bit lost on how he's phrasing things and saying things. But he does want to keep it as true to the original as possible, but they do need to modernize it like they did
Lucius,
with 2 and 4.
If I'm not mistaken, you were in this with me as well.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw this together as well. I'll ask you your opinions, but before I do, I'll say, and Cork, maybe you'll agree with me on this as well. The presentation they did to get us to Code Veronica, I thought was excellently done, and I hope they put that on Front Street.
Yes.
I hope they put the video of that on Front Street. This is basically a video where it tells you, gives you the Resident Evil timeline and tells you why all these characters are important and how Veronica fits in and why they consider it more of an important side to the mainline franchise. And they do it in such a very well and explanatory way. I thought it was excellent. Lucius, anything you wish to add to the thing we saw?
No, I don't want to say too much because I'm not sure what the embargo situation was.
Oh no, the embargoes are done now.
It was June 10th was the 8 a.m.
Yeah, it looked incredible. It was, and for people, Code Veronica fans, you have waited long enough, and I think that you will be very happy.
Yeah, this was excellent. It was excellent, and I'm not a big, huge Resident Evil person, but even I was impressed. Super great. My complaint has been that it's always such an uplift. You have to do so much homework to be able to get into a Resident Evil game. That's why I thought that the explainer, I think it was like a 15-minute little video that they did beforehand. Very well done. Very well done. And it leads right into this to help you understand exactly why it's important and all that. So hopefully we see that come out. Hopefully we see them release that at some point. But I think it was a very good addition to what we got to see. So there's that. Yeah. Anything else we want to talk about? I know they showed off Sonic. They showed off freaking Cuphead. I love the 8-bit Cuphead
to be able to be a part of the slander.
Well, yeah. I want to turn the page from this. So let me close this out. So let me catch up on a couple super chats. We only have a few of them, and then we'll turn the page and move forward to the last.
He has a hard stop. He's
going
to be gone.
Yes. Yeah. So we'll get him first. Dr. Dry Rub, $2 super chat. He says Gears E-Day will be a sales dud, and then he flips off BV. Yes, sir. I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. Umbra, who's been a member for 26 months, he says, morning, fellas. Speaking of glaze, I need to hear copious amounts of it for UE5 as it's powering many of the games we saw. Hashtag surviving Lucius.
Speaking of UE5 and the previous super chat, this will be the biggest Gears of all. I will say that
it'll sell consoles. I think
those Steam concurrent numbers are going to surprise no one but Dr. Dry Rub. So you will see. I think it will double in the concurrence as the previous as the previous high. That's what I think.
Sith Lord, member for 26 months. He says, "Thank you for the entertaining lost power in the last 24 hours." Oh, that sucks, bro. Lucius, you lost power a minute ago.
Yeah.
I hope your power's back, man. I hope your power's back. Judah Roars, $2 super chat. He says maybe AI should be the lawyer stack instead. Wow, you guys are just going real ridiculous right now. I don't think people would be okay with that, but okay. BT Maverick, the great BT Maverick 70705 super chat. He says, what fundraising outfits would we get Everborn and Kay Asante to dress up for Gamescom? No, sir. No. There'll be no outfits. There'll be no outfits. This is not ILP. You can go to them if you want to see King wearing a glazy, wearing a nice glazy outfit. That's cool. Over here, we don't do that. And obviously, Everborn Saga will argue on that. This is the reason why we're not going to Gamescom, right?
Hey, I just happen to not own a glizzy costume.
Exactly. I happen to not own any of those.
But shout out to King David and the whole Iron Lords.
Absolutely.
They like the growth we see from them and how they are able to send their entire crew, boots on the ground, articles ready. All of that is
it's inspiring.
Fantastic. And again, when you see them wearing a suit like that, it's because they're doing that for their community.
No smoke to them. I'm just embarrassed. That's all it is.
Yeah.
No smoke to them. I'm not calling them out. I'm just saying their level of gangster does not. I can't reach to that level. I'm sorry. I'll do some other things. We'll talk. We can talk.
Oh, what are these other things you're willing to do, Case?
Maybe I'll admit that maybe I'll let other people we'll have different conversations. Right? We're not going to the clothing.
Sounds like he's about to use what he got to get what he wants. But anyway.
All right. Anyway,
let's get to the
Silent Cypher, $5 super chat. Very happy. I'm very happy. My concerns about adding sprint, new weapons, etc., were very much squashed when I got my hands on Campaign Evolved during the show. I concur, sir. Sprint, awesome. Never take it away from Halo again. BS. So there's that.
I don't think you should ever take the grappling hook away, but I understand it didn't fit the timeline or whatever.
True.
But
exactly. The Great Soul Tech, member for 24 months. He says, please hit the like and subscribe and share out. Thank you all, 200 plus of y'all, 300 plus of y'all that have been here at its height. I hope you all are hitting that like button. We need the algorithm fed. And lastly, the great Pixel Bit G with a $2 super chat. He says, Fable is not a reset. Jack of Blades DLC exists. I wonder how they'll thread that, though.
I wonder how that'll work.
Yeah, I wonder how they'll thread it. But all right, Everborn Saga, you have a short out. You had some slander you wanted to bring to the congregation. The floor is yours.
I'll try to do both in this short amount of time. I'm just going to do a little bit on the reel because there's two movies that I got to tell people about. Now, the first one that we saw the week before was Masters of the Universe. Now, I don't know if you remember, and you actually created a short, which I couldn't find because it was so far back. I said there's two ways they can go with Masters of the Universe. They could go sort of the serious, sort of Dolph Lundgren, Frank Langella route, where Skeletor is sort of almost a poetic nemesis, and it's dark and dire. Or you could go with meme Skeletor, and I'm happy to report they went with meme Skeletor, and it worked fantastically. The problem is, if you are 40 plus years old, like many of us here, you will remember all of these toys and having them when you were younger. The problem is, while it works for the 40 and 50-year-olds, apparently none of us took our children with us to go see it. And
nobody likes the movie didn't make it?
The movie flopped hard. Scary Movie 3 did double numbers in opening weekend. And the movie is almost a parody of itself that sort of makes fun of itself. So you're not going there to have fun. I was laughing more than I was doing anything else. And then seeing the toys that I used to play with on screen moving around, like I loved almost every minute of the movie. And Skeletor really stole the show, and they do this everything everywhere all at once thing, kind of confrontation with He-Man and Skeletor at some point in the movie. And it makes sense in context, but if you were to freeze frame it, it's just like wild, where you see like Skeletor at the gym or in an office somewhere, and he's just slapping somebody. So it's just, again,
East Side. Maybe that's why we didn't take our kids. Damn, they got jokes.
I mean, that was a running gag in there because there's a character named Fisto. But again, if you had these toys, if you played with these things, they really understood the assignment. And I went in wanting them to not take it too seriously, and they didn't. And I think the problem is they made something that really would only appeal to the people who knew the IP, and the IP is not as big to the world as it was in our heads
as it used to be.
But on the good news side, apparently it is shot up to the top of the pre-order charts for digital. So hopefully,
I expected to crush on digital.
And that kind of tells you maybe this should have been a Netflix movie. But my review is, if you had these toys as a kid and you remember them, go watch this movie. You will love it. If this wasn't your bag as a kid, it's probably not going to be for you. They even have an after, I don't want to ruin it, but there's 2 after credit scenes. You'll see what I'm talking about. But again, Jared Leto killed it as Skeletor. He is the star of the show. It's wild to be saying that, but man, I cannot wait to buy this on digital and watch it again.
Now, how funny it is? Real quick, do you know how funny this is, Everborn? I heard people at Summer Game Fest and Playdays talking about this, and they said it exactly the way you did. Even Jared Leto did a good job. I'm like, everyone thinks he's a joke. What's going on? This is hilarious. I never hear anyone talking good about him. They're always like, even he did good this time. Anyway, continue. It was really, really good.
And again, the movie kind of suffered from, you could tell that this had been in development for like a decade, and it had there's like 5 screenwriters credited because it had changed hands so many times. And you see some of that in the film, but again, I think the tone that they landed on was perfect, and especially for what they did with Skeletor, because you could not have had that Skeletor work with a more serious thing.
Hey,
and
man,
I'll say
you had me at Idris Elba and his porn stash. It was all good. Let's go.
yeah. But yeah, no, it's not on digital yet, but you can pre-order it on digital now, and that's apparently doing really well. And so I just to in the and again, I'm happy to talk more about the movie in the Discord, but we don't have a lot of time here. So then last night, here's another movie, Obsession, which that we'll just keep that whole conversation for the Discord, but watch it. Disclosure Day, I saw it yesterday. Lady Everborn, absolutely loved the movie. I did not care for it. And I was very excited going in
epic from Spielberg.
From the GOAT, Steven Spielberg.
Okay.
I
keep
think
it high level, no spoilers. Continue.
I think, and shout out to Infinite Umbra, I think it insisted upon itself. I think it was maybe 40 minutes too long, because it was a 2-hour and 24-minute movie, and they start you in the middle of it, and it's filmed really well. The cinematography is great, but I don't feel like the payoff was strong enough. I feel like the subjects in the movie, they looked very generic, and I don't think it was cast properly. Now, Coleman Domingo did great. Colin Firth did great. And even Emily Blunt did great, but I think she was miscast for this role. I don't believe
Emily
her.
Blunt tends to be amazing. She's awesome.
Yeah, no, she was amazing, but I just didn't believe her as a ditzy news anchor that gets serious because of this thing. It just feels like she was trying to show that she was a ditzy, like she was doing a thing, and you could tell. That would have been a better role for this. Probably not. This is not the right person, but a Margot Robbie, I think, can make it work in kind of a Barbie kind of way, and then switching to, all right, this is some life-threatening thing happening, right? And then the rest of the main cast, they were just not interesting to watch. And I think the film needed an anchor of some sort of a, if not an A-list, but a someone who has more charisma than who they got to play the remaining roles here. So like I said, some of the background characters were good, like Coleman Domingo and Colin Firth, but the other characters, they're so forgettable. Like I didn't even want to look them up on IMDb afterwards. Like it didn't work for me. And again, the angle is, if there are, we have all this UAP stuff, we live in such a world that even if news came out that aliens did visit us, we're so cynical that we wouldn't even believe it, right? And that's kind of the angle that they're taking. I just feel like there's way too many scenes where they're talking, but there's no score in the background, or a lot of the scenes just sort of last too long. And it is like, maybe it would have benefited from some editing, but like I said, I love the scene. I love some of the actors, but I do feel like it's horribly miscast. And I walked out disappointed, but my wife, she loved it. And we had long conversations about aliens afterwards. So for that, maybe, but it didn't do anything for me. And I hate saying that.
I still look forward to seeing it. Everborn Saga, I know you have a heart out, but you do have some slander you wish to drop off at the pool real quick.
Yes, please.
How about you do that? Before you do, though, I should let you know, after Everborn Saga leaves, that will be the section where all of you who have wish lists you want to pad, we'll get to the wish list padding portion, where we'll just rattle off games that we can talk about that you probably want to keep on your playlist. But we'll let Everborn go first. Go, sir.
Yeah, and by the way, somebody in the chat says purposely timed release with the government disclosures. I mean, that is great marketing, but I just feel like it's because I expected more from Steven Spielberg, and maybe I'm being harsh on it because he hasn't done sci-fi in so long. I was
He
like,
is the GOAT, man. Yeah.
And then maybe I hype myself up too much, but the film just, you'll see it. You'll see it. But anyway, so you know, we got some news about the current strategy for Xbox and the way they're changing things. And I just feel like this has been met by the media with and I'll give you a specific example, but it's not just this person. So I'm not only saying it's them, but I think that people are being almost intentionally obtuse, and I also think that the same people perfectly understood Sony taking chances by allegedly removing single player titles from PC, knowing they would sell less, like for example Soros, and they understood that. And they also complained that Xbox wasn't competing. And then when they say, hey, we're listening and here are 2 exclusives, it's almost like people are upset that they are doing this, right? And so one such, if I have the example here, give me a moment. So there's a journalist named Tom Henderson, right? Who,
for the record, met Tom Henderson. Tom Henderson was in our hotel room. Him and his team
in the hotel room.
Well, in the hotel.
You guys had a really good
floor. In the hotel floor, they had different rooms, but we're on the same floor. Got a chance to meet him and met him in Germany, I think, as well. Very nice individual. Very nice person. We had a few conversations. Really cool person. Continue.
Yes. So he basically called E-Day and Clockwork Revolution a $500 million A/B test, right? And which would have been fine if he also wasn't upset that Asha Sharma responded about Logogate and said, hey, our fans don't like this, so we'll look at it in the future, right? Tom Henderson was on Front Street saying, this is a return to the old. Why are you answering fans? You know you want to be multi-platform. And then when they say, no, we actually want to make exclusives again, then he says they shouldn't do that because this is a $400 million game and they're not fully committed. And someone kind of calls him out on it and says, hey, why do you have a problem with this? But isn't it still not as expensive as PlayStation leaving the PC platform? And Tom Henderson responds, oh, so your replies are about console wars, which is like, you can't even have a conversation.
That I don't even like. You can't even have a normal conversation without these people throwing everything that you say out of because it's just like, oh, you're console warring. Man, how about you just listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Right. And so I'm really just coming back to the fact that like people understand everyone else trying to protect their brand and serve their fans. But every time Xbox does these things, you see a slew of people, and this is not about the one individual. I just had the example that was like so blatant, but like, and this is not him in particular. There's many people that do this, and it's like you can just tell they actually don't want Xbox competing, and they would rather we had a world where Xbox was either a third-party publisher or they just left so that they could, I don't know, have PlayStation.
Can I ask you a question, sir? I don't know if you did this on purpose or this has just happened to be a happy, interesting coincidence. Have you happened to read the one Korkenstein's tweet that then led to the other link? Have you read that?
I have not. I have not seen that because they had a
man, oh man,
Yeah,
Man,
we should.
oh, man.
We should.
Oh.
That's why I was trying to get into the messiness because I was
Man,
like,
oh, man.
these things literally have everything to do with each other.
Same to with each other. Man, oh, man.
Because this is bigger than about the individual.
Yo, this is
Yeah.
this is about the industry and
This
how
is
they're
part of that as well. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
You have many people that completely understood Sony pulling away from PC, and not only are they pretending not to understand the beginning of a new strategy for Xbox, they seem visibly upset by it in their language. And I'm just thinking, why is that? And I just think and you see this a lot with the games media. Now we've seen interviews with Bloomberg, Fortune magazine, and Variety where real questions are asked, right? You get you're forcing executives to have answers to these things, and these guys just seem like they're counsel warring online behind the guise of being a games journalist. And I think we've seen it too much, and I think it's a little bit. I think it's on Front Street and it's all being exposed. But that's
let's before you leave, let's get into what Korkenstein said. He said online, imagine getting invited to Xbox Fan Fest as media, only to be angry you were invited. This is why Xbox needs to take a harsher stance with some media outlets who are incredibly disingenuous with how they report on Xbox. Now, why would
Give me a moment.
It doesn't go out.
Let me cut in a little bit. This is because of this is because of a thread, and I'm gonna showcase that, but a thread that was featured that came from a Jessica Cogswell. Now, no smoke to Jessica. I've never read her articles. I have no idea who she was. I did a bit of research, and after a court pull this up, I did do a little bit of her reading and find out who she was. I do not know her. I have no smoke for her at all, really. Right? This is just a representative of a media figure from GameSpot having this conversation with her audience, and quite the long conversation, mind you, about how she felt about it.
Let's get to the very beginning.
Can I break it down a little bit? We could go through the nitty gritty of it, and we will.
Let's at least go through the first. Let's at least go through the first like 2 or 3. Because
okay, you go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you can read it. I'm just saying, like.
Well, so I have a high level that I've written down that I wanted to present. Right. So the main points that she has in her thread is that Xbox FanFest felt like an extreme corporate excess in her estimation. Right. She was able to describe. She was able to get an invite to the event. Described lavish 5-star spectacle situation. Right.
She's everything never been a nice place to if she thinks that was 5-star. Yeah, that's how you know.
That's how you know
you've never been to somewhere nice.
Claimed it as a flagrant display of wealth that felt nauseating, given the industry climate. That's one of her points. Another, the extravagance clashed with Microsoft's layoffs. Right?
What layoffs?
She's highlighting how Microsoft has $31.8 billion a quarter profit, contrasting with the company's layoffs and studio closures. The implication being that that they're out of touch, so they're throwing money at everybody while their workers are being cut. Yeah,
like what is she talking about?
Yeah. Concerns for developers and not corporations. She expressed affection for the developers and who are her friends, and now she says that a company has come and put their label on their product. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I would advise, make up your own mind as to how you feel about all of this, but read the whole thing. I know you have some specific points you want to touch on.
I have some smoke. One,
please, but
if you think that was an extravagant event, lady, you've never been anywhere. You have not been outside. You have not been to a Michelin class restaurant. You haven't been to a nice restaurant. If you think that the things that we were given, the little tiny sandwiches that were delicious, by the way, everything was good.
Well, one thing you should know, by the way, the media offerings were way different than the fan offerings. So yes, the fans got Xboxes, this and that. They got finger foods. As I understand it, the media room was ridiculous with extravagance as compared to us.
Cool.
So you know.
But she none of that is framed as that way. She as the media was giving all this extravagant stuff, but she's making it seem as if the fans received some sort of extravagant thing, and we did not. Like, obviously, we get a free Xbox. That's crazy, obviously, but like we just walked in, they had some nice little finger food, nice. Like I had like a couple Red Bulls because I was incredibly tired, but like outside of that, there's nothing that I saw there that was an extravagant whatever, and it's just like you are given the opportunity to be able to go there. And the thing that you complain about is something that literally has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
She talks about like studio closures. When was the last studio that was closed by Xbox?
Well, so obviously, and Umbra points out that, you know, there is a word of studio closures pending,
that
right?
Literally comes up every
Schreier just went, hey, hello.
It doesn't happen. Yeah. Right? Like we know that like Microsoft is a giant corporation. They have layoffs all the time, right? That has nothing to do with Xbox specifically. And literally journalists spread this rumor every single year, all the time. And sometimes nothing happens. Remember last quarter when they said that there was going to be a bunch of layoffs? None. So what are we talking about?
Well, we're putting the cart before the horse is what we're doing. We want a reason to gloom and doom. And since they haven't given us one yet, they will, I'm sure, because that's what they do. But until we get one from them, we're building our own, you know.
And this is
the carts before the horse.
This is what like Corkentine was talking about. You stop inviting these people.
Hey, unrelated. I just got to ask before we get off air. I got a DM from Doc Dark. He's asking, what are you going to do with that 25th anniversary Xbox? He knows you're not going to use it. So do you want to sell it to him?
I'll be playing GTA on it. I'll be playing GTA 6 on it.
Oh, well. We'll see. You know,
so Doc, if you're listeling, if you will be listening on the replay, I'll put the question out there.
Respectfully, now. If he Asante can make 3 times as much selling it on eBay than selling it to you. So that's all I'm saying.
By the way, let's give a shout out to Corkenstein. He built these for everybody. By the way, this is if you see this on Asher Sharma's neck, if you see this anywhere, this was built by the great Corkenstein. He made that event even more crazy with all of our and by the way, I still have to modify mine. All of our clock, our you know, I'm gonna put a clock on it. You know, Flavor Flav, the whole situation, very fun, very very fun. But anyway, it was fantastic.
Yeah, my thing with this is listen, there is a bit of righteous smoke here from her about how corporations treat people, and they do lavish expenses and then treat, you know, people like cattle, you know, their employees like cattle. That's just not an Xbox problem. So if you scroll up just a little bit, Kay, my issue is she makes it personal because scroll down to where is it? That, and then the next part as well, to where she goes on a personal level. I don't have Game Pass, and I try to distance myself from the brand by playing. I mean, you're a journalist, so you can't distance yourself from the brand. It's literally your job to cover the brand by playing Blizzard games on literally any other console. So you already have, but this is but all of this is off topic. It's not really
you hate them, so you're not actively.
See, that was this right here was this. There was the what's her name? The lady who used to work at Xbox who puts videos out that like whenever people
Laura
say,
Fryer.
Yes, that was the Fryer response. Oh, the minute I left, I decided to go full Linux, bro. The moment you say that, we now know where you coming from.
Yeah,
this is exactly the same thing. You just had to. You couldn't help but drop the hate bug real quick to let everybody know where you're coming from.
And that's the thing. So like, you just totally wiped out your whole argument because now you're making it personal. And it's like, you can't, as a journalist, there's things that's subjective and objective. Sure, I get that. But when you're a journalist covering an industry, you can't necessarily be personal about how you're reporting on something. It may be something you're passionate about, sure, but you still have to take somewhat of an objective stance. And it's one thing to call out every company, but now all of a sudden, because you're invited to FanFest, you want to just only call out Xbox. You know, Sony lets off people and closes studios. And guess what? They probably have a very lavish Christmas party at all their studios
listen,
that
Court,
same year.
What you have to understand, it is more righteous to hate a $1 trillion company than it is a $1 billion company.
For sure.
So
Yeah.
you could stand, you could cap, you could do whatever you want as long as it's a $1 billion company and not a $1 trillion company.
And you want to know
more
what?
Morally righteous.
She was probably typing all this while she has those churro flakes that they were fucking serving at the area on her fingers, her mouth with the fucking adobo tacos that they had. She ate the food. She took the swag. She played the games. So where's your righteousness here? Because you were there collecting pins, probably. You were there getting all the swag, eating all the food, drinking all the drinks, but you want to have this moral high ground. Come on.
And at the end of the day, you didn't do any real reporting. You didn't ask any serious questions.
Man.
You had the media had straight up access to Asha and Matt Booty and all those other people. And rather than doing your fucking job, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, but like,
I'm sorry. I dropped enough bomb too. My apologies. I set that standard.
It's 12 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Rather than doing your job, you're just gonna be high and mighty on not even Twitter, but like Blue Sky, and rather than actually engaging with the people, asking them the serious questions. This is why the gaming media are just all clowns. You're not even trying to do your job.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of soundboards in our Discord, but I choose not to bring them here. But for this very moment, I feel like we just need the fire emoji every once in a while, because it was necessary a minute ago there.
Yeah.
No smoke, Korkenstein. I see where you're coming from, brother. I do. And it is very interesting that people are so easy to come out on Front Street with this kind of information when you know dang well that there's, as you say, this is an issue for gaming industry writ large. You will never hear anyone put Nintendo's name on that ever. You will never hear anybody put Sony's name on that ever, because they know that what the ramifications would be of their actions. For some reason, people are okay and free with doing this. Now, righteous criticism is always warranted and always wanted, but I feel like because they don't get to do it across the board, where they do get to do it, they go overboard sometimes. And they make it like, oh, these are the sole focus of the issue, when in fact it tends to be something that they're all doing and they all need to be called out for.
And this is every corporate industry. Like Apple lays off people, has lavish parties. Every big company, Google, Facebook, they all do layoffs. It happens in the corporate world. It's the capitalist society is horrible. It treats its employees and people like cattle. I 100% get that. But they all do this. They all have lavish parties. So to sit here and take a righteous stance on Xbox when you have every other mega corp doing this, it's kind of, and then you add that personal little touch. I'm like, this is super disingenuous. Like, I understand having a stance, but yeah.
I don't know who this person, what organization they write for, but
GameSpot.
Okay, well, maybe it
says a lot.
For that individual. Larger point is, I don't want to hear from anybody that the Xbox tax doesn't exist. That being said, it is 1:30, and I do unfortunately have to
get
out here. So thank
you,
you,
sir. I feel you. Thank you, man. Thank you for being here as usual. The Great Everborn Saga. Don't forget that 15% off GCP in the store. Get some of the books. Get some of the apparel. Everborn Saga. Will you be in the Discord this week? Will we see you more?
You will, but like I said, new shirt is out, available now.
We'll get you one. Absolutely, sir. We're not gonna be long for this show. Oh no, we're still here. We're not gonna be long for the show, Everborn. Thank you for being here. We will catch you in the Discord, good sir. Salute to you, sir.
Peace.
Take it easy, bub. Yeah, thank you for having me on as well as a guest, Everborn. NK.
Absolutely. At this point,
I'm so
bored many times. Yeah,
I got slander still. So if you guys still want to talk, I just wanted to say at least show my appreciation to Everborn before he leaves as a co-host.
Of course, no worries. So I want y'all to get all your slander out. And then we'll end this show with some like indie hits that we feel should be on your playlist. So I'll put this back on the screen. Lucius and or Korkenstein, any stone we have left unturned on this?
No, like I said, I think there's a lot of disingenuous takes, and it's not because they hate Xbox. I think it's because they hate Microsoft. Like Everborn was saying, it's easier to hate $1 trillion company than $1 billion. I think Xbox catches a lot of strays because of Microsoft and what they are. Because if you actually look at the history of Xbox, they've been very consumer friendly, especially this last one, almost to the point that they're not healthy right now, I guess, in the sense, but they've always put the consumer first. And when you don't invest in Game Pass, you don't see the value. And so things like GameSpot,
you don't even know how any of it works.
Yeah. And things like GameSpot, we've known they're one of them. Eurogamer, PC Gamer, VGC. They may be nice people, but how they report on the industry and how they treat certain and their tunnel vision, it's disingenuous. And I really hope Xbox moves forward, and you don't have to blacklist them. I'm not saying that because I think blacklist is horrible for the industry, but you need to make sure that they understand there's disingenuous reporting, and then there's constructive criticism, and there's times when to hold their feet to the fire. And when you're always just dooming and glooming and trolling, and not trolling, but just dooming and glooming everything and looking at things from a negative perspective, it's time to change. Or not really perspective. What's that other? There's perspective, and then there's starts with a P. Perception. Yeah, when you're always looking at things with because perspective is an overall view. Perception is how you view it. So that's the issue here, is that their perception of what Xbox is already skewed and negative, that they don't want to take the time to see the perspective of what Xbox is and what they offer. And so when you have those journalists that are constantly not willing to look at the perspective versus the perception, that's where I think we need to stay back and, hey, you want this code? Yeah, we're going to give it to another outlet, at this time. You can keep reporting on us, but, that's fine. But we're going to move along with people that are interested in the brand and want to talk about the brand in a light that will benefit the consumers, not your engagement rate, not your clickbait rate.
So for me, go ahead, finish, please.
All I'll say is I just want something around the same level of smoke. I have no problem if you have, I am not out here trying to protect the corporation, right? Like, I don't care, right? If you are anti-corporation, do that. I have no problem with you. I rock with you. Start attacking every single corporation. But when you intentionally say, "Oh, I'm staying ignorant about the Xbox side. I don't play on Xbox. I don't play Xbox Game Pass. I don't do any of that," then why are you even talking about that portion of the industry? At no point in any other industry would a reporter be able to say, "Yeah, I completely ignore this entire section, this entire third of this section.
I'm worthy of being listened to,
and yet you
have words.
Continue to listen to me, despite the fact that I admit that I am completely ignorant about 1/3 of the market."
Yeah,
and the stuff that I do know about, I will always put my bias on my sleeve before speaking. It's like it leads with propaganda, and you should recognize that, dear consumer. Whether you're an Xbox guy or PlayStation guy, if they are leading with their bias on their sleeve, it's usually agenda driven, and unfortunately, it's just not great. It's not great.
Yeah,
it is what it is. Let's catch up on a couple super chats, and then we'll drop a couple nuggets. I will hope you guys will drop some. I have a couple that I want to let the public know. Some of them you will see coming back up in the future because we're trying to get some developers on and all that. But we really want to make sure you are equipping your wish lists accordingly, because there's some really awesome games coming. May not hit the radar, and we want to make sure we highlight those. So real quick, couple super chats. We have the great Hollywood Rules with a $2 super chat. He said, "Glad my boys are back. Loved Disclosure Day." Clearly, Everborn Saga was not a fan of Disclosure Day. Maybe you'll join us in the Discord and tell him why he was wrong. I would love to be there for that. 1st and 15th on here with $2 super chat. He says needs to restrict access to media like others. That's the thing, right? I've always been on that page of, I like what Microsoft does. I think they take critique and they value it, and they don't like punish you for it. But it seems like because they do that, they're the only ones that get the smoke. All the others don't necessarily get as much smoke as they do, and it should be equal. And that to me, Lucius, that point you made is the most salient. It should be equal and across the board. You want to whip the back of the corporations for being too lavish while still treating their employees less than, do so, but do so across the board because they all have the same stuff. We didn't even talk about it. Ubisoft closed how many studios today? This week, right? Ridiculous studio closures, and all you hear is, well,
remember when
is great.
Remember when Microsoft closed a studio a year and a half ago? We should be mad at that. Meanwhile, Ubisoft closed the studio yesterday. What are we talking about?
And guess what? They're going to have lavish launch parties. They're going to have a lavish holiday party. They do it every year. It happens.
It happens. So this is not to say that I am particularly critical of the criticism. It's the selective part that seems to be right, because it muddies your message and makes everyone think that you're peddling an agenda when in fact you may be like throwing out some real interesting and valuable critique that should be dealt with. But when you do it so selectively, then it loses the thread, and a lot of people don't necessarily want to be on that same page with you, right? So it is what it is.
And all right, nowhere I can't think of one industry where somebody can say like, I'm going to intentionally become ignorant about this topic, and yet you should still listen to me. What?
Yep. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Very strange. But I agree that when these things happen, with respect, we will name names. We will talk about what we did not like about them. But we will not like disrespect them because, hey, I don't know this person. It is what it is. It's out there. She may have great articles. She may be talking great about other things. It is what it is. For me, this was not it. This was a little unusual, but we'll leave that at that. And then we have Son of Vision 02 with a $5 super chat, which great avatar. I love that avatar. Very cool. He says, BS like this is why I don't respect gaming journos, with a quote, and why it's a dying profession. Go ahead, go straight from devs to content creators or to consumers. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what's breeding distrust in this community and in this industry, because some of these things get put out on Front Street without the calibration that is well deserved. The great legendary Yobi with a $10 super chat. He says the tax hit an all-time high when Phil was interviewed live on national TV before or during the ABK trial, and he was asked about Starfield going elsewhere on national TV. Media is embarrassing. Hey man, because they know that he'll answer that question and he'll feel a little squirmy about it, whereas PlayStation won't even be in that chair to be asked that question in order to facilitate any of that. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yes, thank you all so much for being here. We're still rocking with our 250 people, give or take. We're almost at 3.5 hours. We're going to finish up the show this week with just a few recommendations. Lucius, I hope you have a couple. Cork, I'll ask you for a few, but I'll start the ball rolling on these recommendations. For me, the game of show, I loved this game with all of my heart. I got to play it at IGN Live, and then afterwards, we went to Play Days, and it was there as well. There was no real crazy embargoes or anything, so I can just put it out there. There's a trailer out. You all need to seek it out. It's a game called Screenbound, ladies and gentlemen. Screenbound. If you haven't seen or heard it, seek it out immediately. It is Greybeard catnip. I love this game. What is Screenbound? I'll let the beginning credits roll and show you. It's a cute little unassuming 3D indie fair. I think it's like under 10 people or so who put this thing together. Very small team. I think, I'm hoping to have the dev on at some point to really talk through it and really give us some of the details. But yeah, you see, he's a 3D guy in a 3D world. He picks up his Q Boy. Yeah, not the Game Boy. He picks up his legally distinct Q Boy. And when he does, now he's playing a game in his Q Boy. But as you can see, the 2D and 3D world collide because you're actually playing that game while looking at your 2D Q Boy, and it's affecting the 3D world around you. Some secrets are in the 3D world that you have to anticipate for the 2D, and then vice versa. This game took me a long time to really grok because it breaks your brain when you're watching both at the same time. But man, oh man, it is super inventive. I cannot wait to play this game. And oh, by the way, Game Pass day one. So there you go. I can't wait to have this man on the show. As you can see, like you're playing the game and you're seeing the 2D plane, and because it's a 2D plane, you can do certain things. But then there are 3D planes that don't let you do those things. You can exploit the 2D-ness for its benefit, exploit the 3D-ness for its benefit. And as it goes on, it gets more and more complicated, where if you look too long at the 3D, you die in 2D and vice versa. It's very cool, like very, very cool. Lucius, you've heard me gush about this thing. What else do you have to say about it, sir?
Yeah, it's a very innovative game. It's very interesting to play. They have sections where you want to focus more on the 2D versus 3D. There's all types of secrets all over the place. It makes it so that way you have to really think about your movement, how you're able to get from one place to another, like that to the left over there where that guy was, that was a secret door. So you could take that to be able to gain access to even more things. That main cuboid thing is like what you need to be able to collect for the entire game. Like the game's incredible. It has a lot of interesting concepts inside of it. And I just hope that when this game comes out, it really shows us the imagination of the devs.
Yeah. And let's be clear, all of this is Game Pass releasing this year. And even that, I worry for this game because there's such a crush of games coming. So many games coming. So this can potentially show up and then fall into the ether. And that to me would be a crime. Everyone needs to play this. It's effing awesome. It's so much fun. I could not stop geeking out with the developer of this game. I was like, man, this is such an inventive idea. More people should be trying it. It's called Screenbound, and it will be out soon. I think it's 2026. It will be out in 2026. Screenbound is awesome. More people should know what it is and keep it on their radar. So I would call this section the section where we're asking you to pad your wish list. Screenbound deserves to be on that. It will be in Game Pass, so that's awesome. Another game that I want to talk about, that I want to present. Let's see here. Let's get rid of this guy, and hold on here. Let's put this guy on Front Street. This is a game called Croaked. Croaked is the name of the game. It is currently right now free demo on Steam. It is so inventive. Let me move this. Let's cut into it. This is actually my gameplay. I was actually playing this yesterday while I was chatting with the boys on Discord. So y'all can come check us out whenever we're playing these fun games. It looks like it's just a goofy little game with a frog. It's got a little a rat giving you instructions as you go along. But you will find quickly that this game is so devious in its pursuits. You use your tongue to stick to walls, and in so doing, you can bounce off of things. Look at this. Look at the stuff we're doing here. Every single surface you touch can't be touched. So you have to find special ways of traversing the world without touching the actual floor. And you have your tongue, and you have this bouncing ability, and it's just such a cool, these are the games that I love most, where they lead with innovation, they lead with gameplay. Very cool. Super, super cool. Croak is the name of the game. It seems like it could be a game that maybe shows up on mobile or shows up somewhere else. Don't let the simplistic art style fool you. It is very cool. So much so that we played this at the Mix, which is basically an outdoor event. We were having a good time, got a chance to meet creators that were people of color, that kind of stuff, and this was on there. People were literally crowding this. Oh yeah, and I'm going to be dying here a lot trying to get this done. I eventually get it, but boy, is this thing a challenge. Oh boy, people were crowding around this thing. It's so damn difficult. But every time you lose, you're like, come on, man, I know I can get this. One more run, and you see me doing this, right?
Shout out to the Mix. This is the second year in a row that we've gone to the Mix. It is 100% worth, because you have an opportunity to speak directly to the devs. There's a great opportunities to be able to figure out, and shout out to, we spoke to the dev. We spoke to a couple devs, and maybe I'll wait until my section of the thing.
We'll get there. Yeah. Oh,
But yeah,
okay.
I highly suggest if you go to a Summer Game Fest in the future, try to get yourself into the mix. It is very, very worth going to.
Yep. Now I have two more, and then I'll leave it to the crew, and then we'll get out of here. The other one is, and I was playing this yesterday. I had to call it out because I started like recording it. It is so damn cool. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Enter the Chronosphere. It is now in early access. Enter the Chronosphere. Holy crap! One of the most, like, you know me. I only play games that are weird and have these innovative little quirks to them. Like, as you can see, the graphics are really cool, but the game itself, it almost plays like XCOM in that the world stops before you move, right? As you can see, it's not exactly XCOM in that you get moves and you stop, but the world is not moving unless you're moving, right? Enemies see you and they're also not moving. But the minute you take aim and you take a shot, they also can reply. So if the battle is getting too hot and too heavy, you can literally lift your hands off the controller, and all the crazy bullets, because it's a bullet hell, all the crazy bullets will literally be right at your face, ready to kill you. But they won't kill you yet because you're not moving. So at any moment, you can stop the field of play, just don't move, and just sit back and take a surveillance of your surroundings, because man, oh man, you need to. This game is effing awesome. It is so brain-breaking and complicated and yet beautiful, like beautiful. It is something else. It took my brain by storm. It's called Enter the Chronosphere. It is very cool. I know, Lucius.
I was very disappointed that I couldn't speak to the dev. There was a PR person there, but man, I wanted to chop it up with the devs because that game is absolutely mind-bending, and I wanted to know, like, how did they come up with a lot of these things? Hopefully, we've reached out to the dev, and hopefully they give us a chance to kind of pick their brain about like their entire process. But man, very interesting game.
So I lied. I thought I had one more, but I have two more. But one will be, I promise I'll be very quick about. Very quick about. The one that I'll just say this because that's all we have. It's out there. It's out there on Twitter. Hold on one second. Oh yeah, that's what's going on. It's out there on YouTube, and you can actually wish list it now. It's a game called Dead Root, ladies and gentlemen. Dead Root. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to the devs at some point about it. It is so cool. What does it remind me of? It reminds me of a snail that's in Death's Door. If you played Death's Door before, you know what I'm talking about. It's not a penguin, it's a snail. And man, I would argue it works even better than like Death's Door. Dead Root is super cool. Like, we had such a great time discovering this game. I won't go further. Dead Root. Put it on your list. Super awesome. Final game I want to mention, and this game was not at Summer Game Fest, but it is coming out to retail. It's coming out on retail, and I've loved this game for a long time. I've been playing it for some time. So since it's coming out, I have to talk about it. And that's a game called Lost Castle 2. I've been playing this thing for some time. Actually, if you check the Gaming Circle, I did a preview for Lost Castle 2 some months back. But now they're literally coming to retail. They're coming to 1.0. You can go on Steam and buy it. I actually think they might have plans to come to other platforms as well. But I'll dig through that as I tell you about this. Basically, this is Castle Crashers. That's what this is. If you like Castle Crashers, that's what this game is. Chibi art style, cute little guys, but you can build your build, right? You can make really cool build, awesome costumes, awesome weapons, and you're running through. You can do a 4-player co-op, and basically huge bosses, like very, very cool. Your weapons are awesome. Like, it is a difficult ass game, but it's very cute and very fun, and you'll just keep playing it because, man, one more run. It's very, very nice. This is called Lost Castle 2. It just hit retail. It just hit like the Steam store. I think it might be on other platforms, but I don't know yet. I'll look into it. But if you have the chance, go for it. It's very, very cool. That is all I have. There's more, but I'm not going to go there. Lucius, you're next.
All right. So I'm currently playing a game called Hell Forged. It comes from the same creators of what was it called?
Jotun Slayer.
Jotun Slayer, right?
I even have footage of that as well. So keep talking. I'll put that up. Go ahead.
That game is so good. So it's kind of like a Vampire Survivor like, in where you are trying to survive against a bunch of enemies, but there's additional factors to it as well. So it's not like Vampire Survivors where you essentially do nothing. You do have like a super, you do have a dodge, and then of course you have kind of long-term progression where it allows you to be able to like after a run put points into abilities that you're going to have forever, essentially. And there are different builds that you can make. It's very interesting. I'm level 26 right now. I've put in a good amount of time since getting it yesterday. Highly suggest that you take it.
Would you think, like, people thought that Jotun Slayer reminded them of Vampire Survivors, but Diablo 4? Would you say this is Diablo 3? Because it also has very Diablo-esque style to it, right?
In the aesthetic, it is more Diablo 3 because it's more colorful. But yeah, this game is good. You can get a demo right now on Steam. I wanted to mention that. Obviously, I mentioned
it's called
Hellforged, yeah. And obviously, I mentioned Artemis before, but that one's obviously a great one. I checked out Animo, and obviously there was some stability issues because the game is not out yet and yada yada. But the little that I played of Animo, I played for about 20 minutes. I might enjoy that game way more than Pow World, because Pow World at the end of the day is a survival game. There's a lot of survival elements to it, and it seems as if Animo is going to be more of an action adventure title with quest lines and all that sort of stuff. So there's very, very little focus, if at all, in survival. And as somebody who's not the biggest survival person, I think that that's really cool. There's interactivity within the world. The game looks good. If you are a Monster Collector fan, or specifically a Pokemon fan or something like that, I could see how something like this could be in your interest. So very interesting.
Talk about how they deal with the campaign, and how they deal with the companions, right? You could turn into your animals and whatnot. Like that was a super interesting twist. No?
Yeah, you can turn into your companions and interact with the world, and the different companions have different abilities that interact with the world differently. So I'm interested in seeing how like how they kind of explore that entire thing. It's a very, very big map. We're hoping to get some coverage for this one because I want as many people giving Pokemon as much smoke as possible. I love Pokemon. I buy a lot of the Pokemon games, X, Y, and Z, but I think that it's very important for there to be competition inside of every space. And Pokemon got so cocky that they think that they can sue Pow World for just having relatively similar elements as them and start running around trying to patent basic features. That stuff really pissed me off. So I'm hoping that companies like this continue to pop up and give them some level of competition, so that way they have to continue to make their product better. Because Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were the most broken pieces of trash I've ever played in my entire life.
Just a quick question that I want to make sure we have an answer to. Is Animo coming to Game Pass?
I'm not 100% sure on that one.
I think it is. It was shown at a showcase for Xbox. I remember that. I just can't remember if it was a day one or not.
Well, we actually even played it at the Xbox's booth, right? So it is definitely it's coming to Xbox day and date.
And I did ask them about this. I was like, hey, is this going to be like a premium release, or is this going to be free to play? And they said that this is going to be a free to play title. So even if it does come to Game Pass, I'm imagining that it'll be like, oh, here's some benefits that you get as a Game Pass.
Here we go. I did a quick search. It says, yes, to your point, It will be free to play, right? But Game Pass perks and upsides. Animo doesn't sell as a premium title, so there's a 75% off with Game Pass that will be available.
Yeah, that's probably like a starter pack that allows you to be able to get it for super free, like super cheap or whatever. So yeah,
So
if you're a big fan of Pokemon, if you like that sort of stuff, I would definitely suggest keeping an eye on this one. Now, the last game, and this is a game that I'm actually working on an article right now, because I do think that it's very important that this story kind of gets out there. Dancing with Ghosts.
Yes, talk about it.
At the mix, we had an incredible opportunity to talk to the dev, and it's this guy, indie dev. He's doing his own thing, but just like a lot of indie devs, they come from great, incredible experiences. And this person is, if you want to,
I'll put his trailer up, and this is the gentleman that we actually met and spoke with, and like I met him, I shook his hand. Yeah, nice to meet you. Your game looks interesting. And then he hit me with the bomb. He was the inventor of Toe Jam and Earl. I was like, Lord, nice to meet you, sir. Let me shake your hand.
Greg Johnson, I want to say, I think is his name.
Yeah,
that's him. Right here. Yes.
So, very interesting person. The story revolving around the game is incredibly touching. This is somebody who, sometimes we speak about like people coming into a country and really absorbing the culture, and this guy definitely did that. He has so much love for
Thai culture
and Thai culture and all of this other stuff. His wife is Thai, so this story is incredibly touching and
painful.
Painful. Like, it is a game that you do not want to miss when it releases, and the story behind it, the people, the love that they show, I cannot wait to properly create an article about this, because I think that the story should be told. I don't want to get too much into detail about it because I would ruin it, and I want you to read the article. But but this is one of those games that you definitely don't want to miss. It's definitely an incredibly I can already tell that this story is going to be incredible inside of this game, and a lot of what is inside of this game comes from the passion and love of the creator. So really excited about that, hoping that we can get the devs on the show for an interview. But Dancing with Ghosts, fantastic game.
Man. So I see you're busy, Cork. Do you have any that you think that we should keep on our radar, or are we done here, sir?
No. Definitely. Sorry, I got wrapped up in this project, and it's giving me a lot of trouble.
Cooking. He's cooking.
I'm making a Cyclops visor.
wow.
For Marvel Rivals. It's coming out really badly, and it snapped mid-print. So at least now I have the sizing for it. But yes, games.
Anything you
I was going to talk about Deadroot, so thank you for that. Dancing with Ghosts was another one. I saw you playing, and I have some good video of you playing. It was the hold on, let me get it. Transylvania. Adventures of Simon Quest.
Simon Quest. Yes.
Very cool. Very, very cool game. I saw you playing it, very old school, retro. The developer was really, really cool about it. Daniel. Oh, no, Daniel was the developer of Deadroot. There was somebody else that we played. I think her name was Heather. She told me to go to the socials, which I still need to do. Really, really cool game. I definitely enjoyed.
Let's show this off a little bit. As you can see, the Transylvanian Adventure of Simon Quest. Does that look like something to people?
Yep.
What does that remind you of?
And supposedly color palette too.
Yes. Supposedly this is not just loving of Castlevania. It is like Nintendo period. There's a lot of Easter eggs and secrets in this thing that just speaks to that days of old and Nintendo's love and all of this. So yeah, very, very cool project. Very cool project.
Yeah, so this was really cool to watch play. Yeah, it was like it scratched all that like nostalgia itch and everything, and I was like, damn, this is a really cool thing. Another one, quirky. My arms are longer now. Basically you control your arms. I don't know the exact story. They only gave me one play, but you basically control these arms to move around a level, and they grow, and you got to like steal things, and like do light
So,
puzzle solving.
sir, we don't have time for this, but let's just say when I saw this, it reminded me of The Boys. I'll leave that alone. You guys can think about it. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of The Boys. When I saw this game, I was like, oh man, it reminded me of The Boys.
Oh, I know what you're talking
about.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
So this was really, really cool. Very quirky. Has that British kind of humor.
Let's quickly move. There you go. There you go. So
yeah,
this dude, whoever he is, has very long arms and is able to go to places and steal things. Right?
Yep.
It's just his arms. For those who know.
Yeah. It's very interesting. But it was really fun to play. The other one I played was Grave Seasons. I finally got my hands on that. That's, I think, a day one Game Pass game, which was really cool. It's Stardew Valley meets like horror narrative. So yeah, I think you go into this town, you got to solve murders, but there's also some light simulation of like growing crops and things like that. Really, really cool art style, as you can see. Stardew Valley meets horror. What else? Let me see if there was one more on here. I got some video and some pictures real quick. My arms are longer now. Jackbox Games. Yeah, Dead Root. That was pretty much it for like the little smaller titles that we saw. It was just really cool. The mix is such a very cool experience for us, especially for us to get invited to that as press. Was very thankful. So thank you to those. I hope I get to go again next year and really do some cool stuff there. But yeah, everything we played was pretty solid.
The last one I remember now, and I'll put this up. Keep this on your list. It's called Demi. D-E-M-I. Demi.
Yes. Oh my God, I almost forgot about that.
Demi and the Fractured Dream. It is also right now on the Steam as a demo. I'm talking to all y'all Ally X users out there, right? You ain't got to, you have Steam access. Go play this demo. Holy, I can't wait. We'll talk more about it in the days, weeks, hopefully to come. Demo's amazing. Single, very, very small developer. First game. His story was excellent. Just like after you hear this man speak to how he came to do this, you're just like, man, I want to give you all the money. Everybody should be playing this game. Amazing game. Awesome graphics.
Yeah.
Cool adventure story. Really cool mechanics and stuff.
Great interactivity. Great movement.
Yes, the schmovement. Oh boy. Great game.
Yeah.
Great game by a first-time developer. We can't speak highly enough of this thing. But more of these, this and many more are to come. Check out thegamingcircle.com, where myself, Lucius Augustus, and many of us, I see Soiltech in there, I see MJ, many of us from the community are just going, you know what? It's time to put boot to ass. That's right. It is 1 o'clock. I can say that. 2 o'clock even. I can say that in this way. We love a lot of the media outlets that are out there that do what they do. Right? I'm talking about ILP. I'm talking about Day One. A lot of great guys doing great things. And we're not trying to do that. We have a little slice of life that we're doing, little things here, different little things here that we're doing, right? And we're trying to make a go of it on thegamingcircle.com. So we appreciate you for checking that out. Korkenstein, I will thank you once again. He is the great mod at all things r.xbox on Reddit. And now, thanks to Cork, we are also verified to be able to post articles there as well. So you'll be seeing articles from GCP on that subreddit. Sir, tell us what else will be going on r.xbox. What great things should they be looking out for in your great coverage, sir?
Yeah, so big thank you for having me on. So the big thing that we're doing now is previews because of everything that we invited. We did just put up, that was another great indie game, is Way to the Woods. I just did my very first preview for that. It's a solo developer. OnePixel.dog, or Ant10 is his name. Really great game. But yeah, we just did our first preview. I'll have previews for Sea of Remnants coming up. I got to start that later tomorrow. And then I will be doing a preview for Galactic Racer. Like I said earlier, I played it, Star Wars Galactic Racer. I'll have a preview up later. I can't say when. The embargo date is under embargo. And yeah, so that's kind of what we have going on. Hopefully, I'm talking with a few developers right now. We are setting AMA for Mina the Hollower. I have to solidify that. I believe right now, let me look at my email. We're looking at the 24th at 10:30 a.m. That's a Wednesday. So June 24th at 10:30 a.m. We will be doing a Mina the Hollower AMA. Come join us. Please talk with them. Other than that, I'm looking at branching out to maybe doing more cool 3D printing stuff. Like I said, I'm just doing some cool masks right now. I'm looking at maybe doing a giveaway to where I 3D print for the Halo release a battle rifle or something like that.
That would be
Yeah,
really cool.
Something like that. So yeah, because Cyber Gunther asked to, that's the Daredevil mask that I printed.
That is
yeah,
awesome, sir. Wow.
Yeah, so I'm really getting into this, and I'm really hoping I can do something cool and start like a big game comes out. Halo. I'll do like a Halo helmet or a battle rifle or what else? I'm blanking. Gears of E-Day, make cog chains like I did, not as big as the things, but you know, make the cog chains, something like that. So it's a lot of ideas are coming in, and I'll send them out to you guys. There you go. And I'll send them out to you guys, content creators, to give away as contests like that. It's a lot of stuff here going in my brain. It's just with ADHD, it's hard to consolidate it into one cohesive thought. So yeah, that's a lot of stuff in the pipeline, but thank you guys so much for having me on.
Thank you so much for being here, bro. It was like the show couldn't have gone on without you. You assisting us at Gamescom, like bro,
seriously,
during Summer Game Fest, rather. Like, it was just so very cool to connect with you. For those who don't know, mod at reddit.r.xbox. Go check it out. I mean, obviously you're a fan here, so you most likely are part of the 751K that are average visiting there every single week. So join them. I'm sure you'll see a lot of great Korkenstein work in there as well. And maybe maybe from time to time you might see an article from the gaming circle. So thank you so much.
Which is insane because we have 1.3 million subscribers. And if that's our weekly visitors, that's an insane attachment rate. So I'm very proud of that, bro.
That is so cool. So yeah, you know, you see a lot of the Xbox awesome news happening there at r/Xbox. Now, Lucius, sir, thank you so much for being here. So that y'all know, Lucius will be, as he has already been, he's always in our Discord, being the mod that he is, keeping them streets safe for all, him and Soiltech as well. But we'll also see him and Soiltech spend a lot more time on this gamingcircle.com. Tell the fine people what plans we have for that site, and what you're planning on doing there.
So we have a lot of plans for a lot of interviews. This is how you get them, literally by showing up. So we went to Summer Games Fest, we went to Fan Fest, we went to Play Days, and we talked to every single dev that would be willing to listen to us. And a lot of them were more than okay with the idea of setting up an interview for us. So over the next few weeks, we will be getting in contact with those developers, and we're going to give you real, interesting interviews regarding like their perspective, what brought them there, the type of games that they like, how hard it is to really get into development, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of those sort of interviews. And those interviews will be available on this YouTube channel, but they'll also be available on the gamingcircle.com. One of the interviews that's coming up is we had an interview with I believe it was the creative director of Grounded.
Yes.
And so we spoke about Grounded 2. Unfortunately, the audio was not the greatest, so you won't be able to get audio from it, but we will transcribe it.
We'll see what we're doing. Yeah.
Website. Yeah. Another great interview that's coming up is actually who was it? It was man. We have so many great members of the community that I'm blanking on who this was. They went to the Xbox Godot.
Oh, you mean Soiltech? Soiltech.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Tech is going to have a great interview coming up soon. That's going to be about Godot, which is a game engine.
Yeah.
Very similar to Unity. In fact, a lot of people used or went to Godot as an alternative for Unity when Unity had that huge profit sharing thing that they changed on top of everybody out of nowhere. But having more options inside of the industry for engines, in my opinion, is always better because
you hear us there, Umbra. You hear us. I'm sorry.
Everything turning into Unreal is just not my favorite thing. I understand why there's value in Unreal. I want there to be competition, so that way these companies can't just suddenly increase the price 150% on these devs and completely destroy any level of like financialization that they could do. So would love that. That interview's coming up, and we're hoping that that when with that, we have to post that inside of r/Xbox for everybody in the Xbox community to be able to kind of get that perspective. And we think that it'll be an interview that's going to be very unique because there weren't that many journalists there who actually covering that thing. So we're going to be one of the few ones actually giving you that sort of perspective. So really excited for that to come out.
So with that, I say thank you guys so much for continuing the support. As we've said, you know, we're trying to officialize it. We're trying to move a bit forward. We're trying to do some interesting things so we can provide like proper coverage when the time draws near. If you want Everborn Saga there, if you want to see us be more consistent, you want to see us put out more video content, you want to see me put out more educational content as far as technology and this and that, you know what to do. Support us in any way you see fit, any way you can. We appreciate you. We love our members. You guys keep our wheels turning. Thank you so much for all your support. We love the folks who super chat. We know it's not easy these days with the world the way it is, but we appreciate you helping us to defray all those costs because, man, they add up. And I'm not trying to make people pay out of pocket every day to go and do what they love. It'd be fantastic if we could just hand them a ticket and say, hey, this is for you. Go and do what you love as far as covering it for all of us. So that's what we're working towards. But shout out to Lucius. Thank you so much, Korkenstein, for being here. Shout out to the great Everborn Saga and also to the man, the myth, the legend that is Paris Lilly, always lending his voice to us, always being very, very forthcoming with his time. But that's it for us, man. Keep an eye on the Discord. Join us in the Discord, discord.gg/TGCP. Keep an eye on the YouTube channel as well as on the website because we're going to be having
on Twitter.
A lot.
Follow us on Twitter.
Exactly. Make sure you follow. Yes, right. If you look at my tag right here, it's not my normal K Asante tag. That's available as well. But take a look at the Gaming Circle Pod, which is on X. And at some point, we will be picking a person to win a free 3-month code, Ultimate, stackable. So whatever you have, this will stack on top and it'll give you even more time. We're trying to do that. And that's where you will most likely find a lot of information from the Gaming Circle and the Gaming Circle Pod in general. We're going to try and focus a lot more energy there. So if you haven't followed us there, please think to do so. But honestly, I think we are done here. There's not much else to describe, not much else to go over. It has been 4 hours and 13 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. Peace.
Nice to be in orbit.